Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Gladiator in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 16, Introduction 16. Angela spent several days pondering her situation with Sokka. Even after 2 weeks of deliberation, she was still unsure as to what to do now. Should she drop him as her gladiator and seek out someone more suitable to her interests? She rather doubted she would find anyone better, though, something she only acknowledged once her anger started to fade away. Ever since their first encounter, she had known Sokka would be a handful, and he had proven she had been right to think so. This was one of the reasons why she had grown to appreciate him as her gladiator as much as she did. He exceeded anyone's expectations, all the same as she did. But that strange bond between them was growing weaker as it became strained due to their conflicting views on the world. She hadn't even noticed that she had hoped to find in him an ally rather than a subordinate, but the better she got to know him, the more she realized those aspirations would never come true. He wasn't what she needed or what she had wanted him to be, it was as simple as that. But damn, he had been so close to her ideal gladiator, so close that she didn't think she would find anyone more suitable for the role of her gladiator than him. It didn't matter where she looked, she was completely certain that nobody would outmatch Sokka. But what was she supposed to do about this predicament, then? He was almost what she needed, almost, yet he had ruined everything. How could she keep him around after being thoroughly disappointed by him? She had succeeded in using him to get rid of Chan, but after their 2 arguments she was certain that the other purpose she kept him around for was something she couldn't fulfill through him. It was somewhat said that they'd had such a short run as sponsor and gladiator, but she couldn't care less anymore. Or so she wanted to bring herself to believe. She had always used other people to reach her ends, and when they weren't useful anymore, she discarded them. She would simply do the same with him. After reaching this conclusion, she decided to take off to the Grand Royal Dome. Surely other people would think it odd that she'd withdraw her gladiator after only 2 fights, but nobody would bother questioning a princess's decision. She was perfectly entitled to do as she pleased with her life and the lives of whatever slaves she had in her power, regardless of what anyone else might say about it. Still, her firm determination wavered as soon as the boy behind the counter identified her when she walked towards him. "Princess!" he exclaimed, smiling broadly. Angela felt slightly uncomfortable at the strange familiarity he seemed to have developed towards her. "Good day, Shoji," she muttered when she reached the counter, feeling somewhat uneasy as she acknowledged she was about to take a grand step to change the current course of her life, and she had no clue if it would be for the better or the worst, but she sure hoped it'd be the former. "I wanted to." Wait, said Shoji, turning around as he searched for something within some drawers. Angela frowned and folded her arms across her chest, wondering what on earth could be so important that Shoji would keep her waiting like this. Was he about to hand her over a love letter or something of the sort? Seeing how he was searching through stacks of paper, she figured he might. Would it be too cruel to burn said letter in front of him if he actually handed her one? She rather doubted it. It was right about, damn, I knew I had to keep these organized, but I dozed off and I forgot. He grunted, still going through several papers as he gritted his teeth, still searching. Angela let out a groan of exasperation, rubbing her forehead as she tried to search within her soul for the patience she already knew she didn't have. What was she doing? Why was she even waiting for him as he had requested? "Shoji, would you quit rummaging for a second and listen to what I came to?" "Here," squealed the boy, ignoring her, to her utter annoyance. But to Angela's interest, he had a piece of paper in his hand that had nothing to do with a love letter. It was a gladiator challenge. "Someone wrote this for you yesterday," said Shoji, grinning. "Here you go." Angela took the paper when the boy handed it to her, and she frowned as she read the name of the challenger. "The Blind Bandit," she muttered, thoughtful. "That rings a bell." "It does because she got signed up just a little after you were done with your procedures," said Shoji, smiling. "Remember that man with the black and sleazy hair? He was very buff, and he looked pretty stupid to me." "Yes. I recall them," said Angela, thoughtful. "Then, was that little girl his gladiator?" "Yeah, she is," said Shoji, gulping. "And she's a handful, I'll tell you that. She's already fought 5 times, and she's aced every fight." Knocked out every opponent she has faced off against. Really, now? Said Angela, growing interested. Then I assume she's not actually blind. That doesn't sound like something a blind person can do. It doesn't sound like it, that's true, said Shoji, shrugging. But she looks blind to me. I have no idea how she fights or how she walks without running into walls, but she's managed to win so far, and that says a lot about her. She's not the type of fighter anyone should underestimate. I see, said Angela, tapping her chin with a finger. What position is she in? So far, she's the 427th, said Shoji. She doesn't have much value yet, but I think she'll earn it eventually. She keeps acing fights, so I wouldn't put it past her. And my gladiator's position? 403rd, replied Shoji, grinning. I think it'd be a worthwhile fight. According to what some of the arena's analysts have calculated, both your gladiator and the blind bandit are the most promising newcomers of the latest batch of rookies. It would be interesting if they were to fight one another, I think. Angela read the challenge once again, thoughtful. The blind bandit's sponsor proposed a bid of 20,000 yuans, and the fight was to be held in the Grand Royal Dome. The date the other sponsor had set was 2 weeks from now, which made Angela frown. I don't agree with the date, she grunted. I don't think I'd be ready for a fight in such a short time span. Seeing how he set most the conditions, I rather doubt he'll mind if you ask for a different day, said Shoji, grinning. You can send him a response with another date and he'll likely agree to that. If that's the case, send. She started, stopping on her tracks as she spoke. Hadn't she come here to write herself out of the league? What was she doing? She couldn't accept a challenge if she was going to drop her gladiator. But truth to be told, it felt like such a waste. He had said he was sorry, after all. Maybe giving him another chance wouldn't be such a bad idea. She sighed as she struggled to figure out what to do, as one side of her mind asked her to forget about this entire endeavor while the other encouraged her to see this through to the end. But what did seeing this to the end mean, though? According to what she had decided earlier, this was the end. She was here for the sole purpose of dropping her position as a sponsor. She hadn't come expecting a challenge, nor had she been interested in seeking a new fight for her gladiator. She had come to put an end to this matter. And she wanted to end it, at least, she had wanted to do it before. But her determination was shaking, as she wondered if it wasn't such a bad idea to take one last shot at the gladiator business. She folded her arms again, deep in thought, as Shoji eyed her with confusion and interest, completely unaware of the squabble within Angela's mind. What do you want me to send? He asked, with fear of interrupting her. Angela sighed and shook her head. She was truly a fool, wasn't she? Let the bandit's sponsor know that I will only fight him in 4 weeks, no less. I will agree to the other conditions. Great, said Shoji, grinning as he began scribbling in a piece of paper Angela's response to the blind bandit's sponsor. Was there something you wanted to say before, though? The boy looked up at her again and beamed at her in a very friendly manner. Angela felt sick at the sight. No, not particularly, she lied, her hands on her hips. That's all there is to my visit today. I'll see you later, Shoji. If the sponsor doesn't agree to my conditions, send a messenger hawk to the palace and let me know. I will surely do so, princess, said the boy, enthusiastic. See you. Angela turned around and allowed herself to release a very deep sigh. She was already regretting her decision and she knew she'd find herself regretting it more as time passed her by, but this was the final stretch. If Sokka didn't keep to her expectations, she would throw him away. If he refused to fight the blind bandit because of some pretentious ideals of his once more, she would have nothing more to do with him and she would seek a method to reach her goals that wouldn't involve a savage who didn't understand what his place in this world was. Piandao been practicing his calligraphy for several hours when he heard somebody knocking on the door. Fett headed to the gates while Piandao allowed himself a small smile, knowing already that the new arrival could be none other than his current pupil. He continued dipping the brush in ink while holding his long sleeve out of the way with one hand, and he drew several words elegantly on the paper as he waited for Fett and Sokka to come to him. He hadn't planned on stopping his motions when Sokka entered the room, but he had no choice other than to do so when his student dropped to his knees in front of him, looking defeated. Piandao looked at him in surprise, the ink on his pen dripping on the paper he had been writing on. "Sokka?" he asked. The Water Tribe man seemed to have gotten a few wounds out of his last match, but Piandao didn't think they were the cause of his downcast demeanor. "Master," muttered Sokka, with a sigh. "I'm back." "I can see that," said Piandao. "Yet you look as if you'd returned from a war you'd lost." "I might as well have," said Sokka, still not looking up at Piandao. The sword master frowned as he attempted to unravel the mystery in front of him. There could be several reasons to explain why his student had returned looking miserable and defeated, and all of them pointed towards the same direction. "What did she do to you now?" Sokka didn't even seem surprised upon Piandao's ease to identify his problem. He looked up at him, not knowing where to start. "I just did something pretty stupid, I guess," he muttered. "And she got really mad at me. She even threatened to kill me off and all." "Did she, now?" asked Piandao, wincing. "And what exactly did you do, Sokka?" "I just offended her, I guess." Piandao wanted to keep a positive mind about this, but doing so proved far more difficult than he expected it to. It was very hard not to misinterpret Sokka's words, and he suspected he might not be misunderstanding at all. All clues seemed to add up. Had Sokka tried to make a move on the princess? "What did you do, Sokka? Please don't tell me you." What, sir?" asked Sokka innocently. Piandao gritted his teeth. Sokka would never dare to try anything lowly with the princess, or at least, he hoped he wouldn't. He was too clueless and naive in some regards to attempt anything of the sort, wasn't he? "I'd rather you spoke clearly, instead of having me conjure explanations that might be completely off base, if you don't mind," said Piandao, gulping. "Well, you see, I kind of messed up in my fight," he muttered. "You lost? Is that it?" No, in fact, I won," replied Sokka, to Piandao's surprise. "Then why is she upset?" "Because I could have lost," said Sokka, sighing. "I had the victory in the bag, pretty much, and I nearly threw it to waste because I refused to fight halfway through." "You refused to fight?" asked Piandao, frowning. "She never told me my opponent would be a girl," yelled Sokka, folding his arms. "It was really her fault if you think about it. I was doing fine until I realized I was going against a girl. I mean, if she had told me before." "Wait," said Piandao, confused. "I don't think I understand. What do you mean, that you had the fight in the bag until you realized you were fighting a girl? Didn't you see she was one from the start?" "The thing is, she didn't look like a girl," said Sokka, sighing. "I saw her and I was certain she was a boy, but later she yelled at me that she was a girl, and I just refused to fight. I pretty much won because those judges are crazy, to be honest." "Perhaps they realized you were far more talented than your opponent," suggested Piandao, shrugging. "Maybe," said Sokka, crossing his legs in front of him. "Still, nobody thought I'd get the win, but then I did, and Azula said I had ashamed her with this whole mess, pretty much. And she was really mad because I refused to fight a girl." "Indeed, I imagine she must have been very displeased by that," said Piandao, placing his brush on the table as he focused on Sokka. "Still, wasn't it the right thing to do?" asked Sokka, grimacing. "I mean, I was always told not to hurt girls. Is it really wrong to avoid hurting them? Or is she the one who's wrong again, as I suspect she is?" Piandao sighed and stood up, turning to Fat. "Would you be so kind to fix us a cup of tea, Fat?" "Of course, master," said Fat, bowing curtly as he headed to the kitchen. "Sir?" asked Sokka, gulping. "This is a very tricky matter, Sokka," admitted Piandao. "And I'm not entirely certain of how to address it. So I believe we should meditate about this at length." Sokka didn't care much for meditation, but still he nodded, relieved to know his master was willing to help him out in this predicament. Half an hour later, they both sat in the garden while watching the sunset, their cups of tea firmly gripped in their hands. Piandao noticed Sokka hadn't done much more than look at his beverage. Drink up, Sokka. It will help clear your mind, he said, and Sokka obeyed him unwillingly, taking a small gulp. Now, please explain the situation clearly to me. What else is there to explain? Said Sokka, sighing. I was fighting that girl without knowing she was a girl, and when I found out she was one, I refused to continue because I didn't want to hurt her. I won because apparently I was far more efficient a fighter than she was, so the judges gave me the victory, but Azula was completely against it. When I was out of the sand pit, she asked me why I'd done that. I told her what I already said to you, that I was taught to be careful with girls and never hurt them, but she took it all the wrong way. Did she, now? Asked Piandao. What other reaction did you expect from her, though? What do you mean, what reaction did I expect from her? Asked Sokka, blinking blankly. You thought a powerful woman like herself would think your decision was right? To say you wouldn't hurt women. I can only imagine how angry she must have been. But why was she angry? I just don't get it. Said Sokka, sighing in exasperation. Listen, Sokka. Princess Azula is one of the first females born to the royal family in a very long time. In past times, each and every princess with the obligation of becoming the heir to the throne has been forced to marry a nobleman of high standing, and said man would become Fire Lord while the princess is relinquished to the position of Fire Lady. Why do you believe this happens? Well, because it's tradition, I assume, said Sokka, shrugging. It is. But why do you believe said tradition exists? Okay, sir. I'll let you know I'm no use with philosophical matters like this, said Sokka, grimacing. So it's easier if you just get to the point. It's because females, since the beginning of time, have been forced into mundane and frivolous tasks that men consider themselves too superior to undertake. Women have been considered inferior for no apparent reason, probably only because men felt the need to control everything. Women didn't fight back, surely thinking such a quarrel was pointless, and ever since they have been neglected and disdained. Wait, what? Said Sokka, even more confused. A female heir will be the last possible successor to the throne, said Piandao, drinking his tea. Doesn't that mean anything to you, Sokka? Doesn't it enlighten her situation in the slightest? Well. Muttered Sokka, frowning. Maybe. She has always wanted to prove her worth, to demonstrate she is above the limitations others have imposed upon her solely because of her condition of being a woman. If she were a man, most her troubles would be out of the way. She would be the absolute heir, her father would have declared so by now, and there would be nobody to force her to take a husband, a difficulty she probably has endured already. Sokka frowned as he took in his master's words. Azula had been engaged to Chan against her will, and she had been forced to resort to the gladiator business to shake off that arrangement. It seemed there were a lot more pressures on being a woman in a position of power, far more than Sokka ever imagined there would be. I recall the first time I met her, Piandao said, thoughtful. She was a very determined little thing, set on proving she could outdo anyone if she so wished. She was around 4 years old at the time, I believe, but within her childish ways there was also a certain spark I don't recall having seen in anyone ever before. She strived to prove herself worthy of my teachings, yet her mother didn't allow her to learn from me. Sokka nodded, recalling Azula had already spoken to him about this particular episode in her life. Her very own mother, said Piandao, sighing. One would believe she would want her daughter to follow her calling, yet it seemed she didn't. Fire Lord Oze, who was only a prince at the moment, was willing to let his daughter learn the ways of the sword. He encouraged her far more than he ever encouraged her brother Zuko, which I thought was quite unusual. But his wife, she refused to hear of it. She insisted that her daughter had no business getting involved in the darker side of the world, that learning fighting arts was something a princess shouldn't be involved with. Some women have grown so used to the position they are in that they don't see that nothing makes them inferior to men, nothing forces them to stay home knitting rather than taking a weapon to head out into battle, other than themselves. The main problem, though, is that they don't care about it. They don't mind being labeled and settled into a role someone else imposed upon them. They are comfortable enough, so they don't mind their situation at all. Is that really the case? Asked Sokka, raising an eyebrow. I mean, I always thought men were stronger than women, and that's why they fight each other and use their strength to protect women. It's what I was always told, I guess. Do you truly believe yourself to be stronger than Princess Azula? Asked Piandao, making Sokka choke up in his cup of tea. No, of course not, said Sokka, wiping his mouth with his sleeve. That's why I didn't refuse fighting her back when I first met her. I mean, I don't know what came over me back then, but I just forgot all about my usual ways when facing off against her. Maybe it was the urgency of what I had to do, maybe it was that, upon the opportunity of taking her as a hostage and using her to our advantage, I didn't care at all about her being a woman, or maybe it was my hatred for the Fire Nation that blinded me, so I would ignore all circumstances completely. She was the enemy, so I had to fight her no matter what. And don't you consider your fellow gladiators to be your enemies too, in a way? Asked Piandao, raising an eyebrow. Well, I don't know, admitted Sokka, sighing. Considering women as people who need to be protected, it isn't completely wrong, yet it isn't right, said Piandao. There are women who might need and want protection, but there are many who can stand up for themselves and who would rather fight their own battles. You should simply respect women, above everything else. It isn't a matter of protecting them, it's a matter of respecting them. But I don't want to fight girls, sir, said Sokka, grimacing. What makes it so different from fighting men? Asked Piandao, raising an eyebrow. I don't know, but they're girls, said Sokka, sighing. I just don't like the thought of damaging people overall. And if it's girls? I'm sorry sir, but this is actually my way of respecting women. By refusing to fight them. Then I suppose you will never get on the princess's good side, said Piandao, shrugging and making Sokka wince. Wait, what? Princess Azula is not simply a girl, Sokka. She is far more than that. She isn't only a princess either, she is also a warrior. She is a woman destined to rule, yet she has never been truly respected. They might fear her, since her fighting prowess is beyond anything seen in this nation for a very long time, but they still look down upon her because she is a woman. Prince Zuko has been banished for almost 10 years now, yet if you ask almost any common citizen, you will find that the people of the Fire Nation have been waiting for him to return with the Avatar so that his father will reinstate his birthright. They have almost taken for granted that he will become Fire Lord, and that the princess has no opportunity to earn said position. And why is that? Because she is a girl. There is no other reason than that. Yet you didn't seem to mind that she was a girl back when you first met her, and that might have been the reason why she seemed to trust you would become the best gladiator for her to sponsor. What do you believe she must have felt when the very man who stood up to her and fought her, even though he knew he would lose, suddenly claims that he refuses to hurt women because his moral code forbids him to do so? I don't. I mean, I think I get that, but... said Sokka. Princess Azula has an ulterior motive to get you to the top of the ranking, does she not? Said Piandao, taking another sip from his tea. Apparently, said Sokka, gulping. What does that have to do with anything? Nothing in particular, replied Piandao, smiling and making Sokka frown. Very well, then. The important part in this is that you know that distinguishing between men and women by claiming the latter are to be protected is a foolish thing to do, Sokka. I would bet my finest sword that if you attempt to protect the princess against her will, she'll strike you with a fire fist that will ensure you'll never attempt to protect her ever again. Some women don't seek protection, they seek the means to prove their own worth, just like most men do. Bringing them down by treating them as weaker or inferior, that isn't a swordsman's way of living. I guess not, said Sokka, sighing. There are many women, not just the princess, who might end up taking your life if you so much as hesitate to fight them. Female warriors deserve just as much praise as any man, no matter if they are gladiators, benders, or soldiers. And it is part of the honor code of warriors to respect your opponent by fighting him or her to your very best. Lowering your fighting level to theirs is also considered as disrespectful as refusing to fight overall. You must understand, Sokka, that your honor binds you to fight anyone who goes against you, and you mustn't hold back no matter what. You might end up killing your rivals again, which would truly be terrible, but slaying a man after giving him the fight of his life is a far more dignified action than holding back to make the combat more balanced, also you can protect your rival. Do you understand what I'm saying? I guess I do, said Sokka, sighing. Still, I'm not comfortable with fighting girls. But I guess I have no choice other than fighting them if that's what I'm supposed to do. Don't think of it as fighting girls, Sokka, think of it as fighting a worthy gladiator, said Piandao, nodding. They are in the superior gladiator league for a reason, aren't they? Sokka blinked and scratched his head in slight confusion. Well, you're right about that part, I guess. Piandao grinned and looked over at Sokka, raising an eyebrow. You haven't drunk your tea? Oh. Yeah, I'll get to that now, said Sokka, flashing him a guilty smile as he downed the liquid with a single gulp. Piandao patted him on the shoulder when Sokka was done with wiping his mouth. Are you feeling better now, Sokka? I'm still troubled, I guess, said Sokka, sighing. Though in a way, I guess it had to come to this. Back when she stormed off on me, I felt like I should apologize even though I wasn't quite sure what I would have been apologizing for. At least now I know why I would say sorry. Do you really think she's got such a big conflict going on, though? Do you really think she's struggling because she's a girl? I've watched her carefully enough to believe so, said Piandao. And you would notice it too if you paid more attention, Sokka. I understand your life has been very turbulent and difficult, but even though she doesn't seem to have suffered through any of the issues that have plagued you, the princess has a fair share of problems of her own. It would do your relationship good if you took that into account while dealing with her. Our relationship? Asked Sokka, raising an eyebrow. You are her gladiator, aren't you? Asked Piandao. There is a bond between the two of you, a bond that I can hardly fathom, and only the two of you can grasp its true meaning. You aren't enemies, yet you aren't friends. You are allies, yet surprisingly often it seems you stand against each other. Still, she seems to think highly of you, or at least, she did before your latest argument. It would actually seem to me that she thought of you as her equal, in some form. Well, at the very least, she seems to believe you have the potential to uphold her expectations. And I believe she is absolutely right to think this way. Wait, how could you possibly know what she thinks of me? Squealed Sokka, surprised. Oh, just call it an old man's intuition, said Piandao, beaming. But you're not even that old. Squeaked Sokka, making his master laugh as he stood up. You have a long road ahead of you, Sokka, said Piandao, still grinning. But I'm certain you are on the right path. You will likely see the results of your hard work eventually if you keep this up. Wait, what? Said Sokka, completely baffled. What are you talking about now, master? Piandao simply smiled as he walked away, taking his empty cup to the kitchen. Sokka glared at his shrinking figure as he sighed in irritation. So, it seemed he had been on the wrong side of the discussion this time. He didn't like being wrong, but he couldn't help it if he was. He still didn't like the thought of hurting girls, but then again, he simply didn't like the thought of hurting others. He had been faced with no choice but to kill his opponents in the amateur league, and he had done it even though it felt like he was allowing his identity to be destroyed through those murders. But he was still himself, wasn't he? He had changed slightly over time, but he was still Sokka of the Water Tribe. He smiled to himself at the thought. It had been a long time since he had thought of his identity in such a proud manner. Indeed, he was still himself, despite all the pain he had been put through. Said pain had actually helped him become a better man. Perhaps this particular matter could help him in the same way. Maybe his tribe's ways weren't entirely wrong, and protecting others wasn't such a bad thing to do, but he had learned a valuable lesson. He had to respect his enemies just as much as he respected his allies. And this didn't mean ignoring the circumstances of his opponent, it meant that he had to acknowledge them instead. A woman who had the courage to stand up for herself in a world that would seek to bring her down was truly worth respecting, and if she sought out a fight with him, he would give her the best combat he could muster. He would do his best not to kill anyone else, though, but regardless, he would fight. He had found his own resolution as a swordsman. Piandao was pleased when he caught sight of Sokka again during dinner. The gladiator seemed to have been relieved from plenty of the troubles that had clouded his thoughts this time. He surely had come to open his mind, and now he could understand a little more about the ways of a truly noble warrior. Sokka spent the next day's training without breaks. Piandao was once again impressed over his progress, since now he struggled a lot while fighting against Sokka on even terms. The Water Tribe man was a lot more serious nowadays than he usually was, probably still worried about his situation with his sponsor, but he had come to the firm decision that, as soon as he saw her, he would apologize and promise he would fight properly from now on. He had no idea if that would be enough to normalize their relationship, since Azula had been mad enough to curse at him as she had, but it was the least he could do. Azula arrived in Shujing several weeks later, dreading the moment when she would face her fighter once again. Fett opened the gates just as she had started, thinking she should simply turn around and run away from the mansion as fast as possible. She hadn't seen him for quite a long time, yet once again she had found herself unable to keep him out of her thoughts for longer than an hour. She felt like a fool for holding on to that single word he had sent to her through my entirely sorry. All she hoped for was that said apology had been truly heartfelt. And she was just about to find out if it had been when she told him about his new opponent. But her mind became completely blank when she caught sight of Sokka once again. No, he wasn't inappropriately shirtless this time, which relieved and disappointed her at the same time. On this occasion, he was fighting Piandao. And he was winning. Sokka's stabs were extremely fast-paced, and his form had no openings. His defense seemed completely flawless. It would seem that the fight was to be determined by whoever gave up first. Piandao found himself besieged. Keeping his footing wasn't an easy feat to accomplish. Sokka's jabs were overwhelming, they didn't relent no matter how Piandao attempted to push him away. To Azula, it seemed they were both around the same level of skill, yet Sokka could use his superior agility and strength to overcome his master. And after several more clashes of their swords, Sokka managed to twirl Piandao's silver blade away with his black one, rendering him weaponless and forcing him to surrender when the tip of Space Sword was touching the man's neck in a dangerous fashion. "That's 3 out of 5 now, Master," said Sokka, smiling smugly. "How about it?" Piandao grinned as Sokka placed his sword in his scabbard again. "It would seem you have accomplished the unthinkable, surpassing your master in a matter of months. I have no idea if I should feel proud of you or disappointed in myself. Perhaps I've lost my touch." "You shouldn't be so hard on yourself, sir," said Sokka, chuckling. It was then that he turned around and saw the princess standing at the house's balcony, watching them both with an unfathomable expression on her face. Little did he know that she was in fact thoroughly impressed, that her heart was actually beating a little faster than before now that they had made eye contact. Anxiety began making itself known within her, yet she attempted to keep a completely calm facade. To her utmost pride, she managed to achieve said goal. "Az-" muttered Sokka, feeling a dreadful pit opening up in the middle of his chest. He had been waiting to meet her again, but now that she was standing only a few meters away from him he realized he didn't know what to say. That was unexpected, was Azula's claim before she turned to Piandao. "Is he really this skilled, or is old age getting to you already?" "You are as subtle as ever, princess," said Piandao, wiping the sweat off his brow with a towel. "I cannot say for certain if I've grown weaker over time, but I can assure you that your gladiator has progressed to the extent that he can battle me on even terms and defeat me when he has his mind set upon it." Azula looked at Sokka again, her eyes growing cold as she studied him. She didn't want to believe Piandao's words, they would simply make it more difficult for her to let go of the illusion of having such a talented warrior as her personal gladiator. Regardless, it wouldn't hurt to believe in said illusion, for now, at least. "I hope your assertions are correct, Sword Master," said Azula, dropping a bag of money on the floor. "I'm not here to chat carelessly, however. The slave has a new fight." "Right," said Sokka, gulping. Piandao had been looking at the bag in the floor with some displeasure before realizing Sokka was already starting off behind his sponsor. "Sokka, wait," he said, startling both his student and the princess. "Is something wrong?" asked Sokka, taken by surprise. "I merely wished to let you know you truly are the most talented man I have ever trained," said Piandao, smiling kindly. You will certainly become a far more skilled master than I am, and in a far shorter time span too, if you keep true to your honor as a warrior. Do not forget who you are, Sokka, and don't forget all the circumstances that have molded you into the man you are today. You are truly remarkable in many ways. You can achieve anything as long as you put your mind to it. Right, said Sokka, surprised at the man's speech. Also, don't be too hot-headed, said Piandao, chuckling. If certain urges strike you, you shouldn't submit to them until you have assessed them completely. You have the potential that not many men hold to turn this world into a better place, yet it's unlikely that you will accomplish this through conventional means. You might have to step out of certain boundaries to do so, and you must think it thoroughly before taking risks of any sort. Promise me you will do so. What? Said Sokka, blinking repeatedly in surprise. I don't really understand what you want to make me promise, but, okay. I promise. Piandao smiled at the cluelessness of the man and prompted him to go after Azula with a jerk of his head. The princess hadn't stopped to listen to whatever Piandao's advice to Sokka was, already on her way to the doors. See you later, master. Said Sokka, running after her. Azula was already outside the main building by the time Sokka managed to reach her. He had the feeling that calling out her name might be a bad idea, so he simply placed a hand on her shoulder when he was close enough to her. The princess frowned instantly at his touch, and Sokka retrieved his hand quickly, realizing too late that touching her might have been out of bounds, too. Azula stopped and turned around, still glaring as coldly as ever. Azula. Muttered Sokka, gulping as he tried to find the right words in his head. What do you want? Grunted the princess, clearly annoyed. I just wanted to say that I'm sorry, said Sokka, bowing down to her. Azula couldn't conceal her surprise at this gesture. What I did back then? I didn't understand what was at stake. Even now, I'm not entirely certain of what it meant to you when I refused to fight a girl, but I can assure you that won't happen again. I've come to terms with some big realizations after this, and I will make sure I don't stray from the right path this time. Azula frowned and folded her arms across her chest. Oh, really? I meant every word I just said, muttered Sokka, nodding as he lifted his head. Such a noble gladiator, said Azula, still not lowering her guard. Then I assume you won't mind to be fighting another girl this time, or will you? Sokka was taken aback by this sudden claim. He frowned at the princess. Another? He muttered, before shaking his head. Not a problem. I will fight her. You can count on it. You'd better, said Azula, glaring at him. Because I've decided this is the last opportunity you'll get to prove your worth. To be honest, I have no idea where my generosity outbursts towards you have come from, but you are getting another chance to make things right. Make sure you don't waste it. I won't, said Sokka, still as stern and serious as before. His unusual demeanor was putting Azula off slightly. Very well, then, she said, walking off towards the door again, with him at her heels. Although, I did forget to say that your opponent is handicapped. What? Said Sokka, frowning. She's called the Blind Bandit, said Azula, making Sokka jump. Huh. She's blind. But, wait. You challenged her because she's really high in the ranking and you thought it'd be interesting to fight her, right? No, said Azula, curtly. She's even below you in the ranking. But in that case, why am I fighting her? Asked Sokka, shocked. Did you do this to test my resolve or something? Not at all, said Azula. The bandit's sponsor was the one to send out the challenge for us. The girl has a perfect victory streak, and she has fought more times than you have. I wouldn't underestimate her if I were you. But, how can she fight if she's blind? Asked Sokka, confused. I have absolutely no idea, but you'll find out when you're facing her, said Azula. Also, she's an earthbender. Earthbender? Said Sokka, thoughtful. I've never fought one of those before. And it was about time you did. Said Azula, as he opened the gates and they both walked outside Piandao's mansion while they both kept discussing Sokka's next fight. Piandao watched them walk away from a hall that provided him with a perfect view to the mansion's doors. He found himself sighing, yet smiling as well. Once they were out of sight, he reread the paper he held in his hands, a letter that had arrived only a few days before. "Everything is ready, sir," said Fat, walking into the room. "When will we depart?" "At midnight, Fat. Take a break for the time being, we must avoid being seen by anyone when we take our leave." Fat bowed and left the room, and Piandeo sighed again. He would most certainly miss this place. He made his way to another room of the mansion, the messiest one in the entire house. It was Sokka's room. Piandeo slid his hand inside his long sleeve to pull out a small, circular wooden item. The flower pattern drawn over it had a very deep meaning that Sokka wouldn't understand just yet, but it was the sole thing Piandeo dared leave behind as a message for him. He placed the white lotus tile on top of Sokka's nightstand before turning around and leaving the room, knowing this would be his last day in the mansion he had called home for a long time. Chapter 17, Introduction 17. The ship slowed down as it approached the port. The crew kept running back and forth, both above and below the deck, shouting out orders at each other as they tried to contain their excitement somehow. Reaching the docks of the capital after 10 years of sailing was a dream come true for them. They were all grateful to the old-timer for this, of course. General Iroh had spent around 10 months telling his nephew that spending over a decade chasing after someone who hadn't been seen for 100 years was a waste of time and efforts. Regardless, Prince Zuko had remained stubbornly set on his goal, and he had insisted they should keep searching, and while his persistence was a source of frustration for everyone on the ship, Iroh understood why his nephew was unwilling to put an end to his goose chase. 10 years had passed already since the Agni Kai that had scarred Zuko for life. The banished prince had become a cold and ruthless man, although he still behaved like a terrified kid in many circumstances. The sole thought of seeing his father again filled his mind with fears Zuko didn't know how to control. He hadn't found a way to control them during his 23 years of life. Iroh had managed to convince him, though, that returning home was the safest course of action they could take, and if Ozai had anything to say upon the matter, Iroh himself would confront him about it. With this, Zuko had grown a little more enthusiastic about the idea, but not enough for him to look forward to returning to the Fire Nation capital. He was currently brooding in his room, secluded from the crew. He had been behaving this way ever since he heard they would be reaching port. Regardless, Iroh felt no need to go to him. He knew that his nephew would appreciate spending some time alone, and if he wasn't ready to jump on the solid, tropical grounds of the Fire Nation yet, then so be it, but Iroh wasn't about to delay his return home in solidarity with his nephew. He had been waiting eagerly to come back to the capital ever since he had sent out a messenger hawk to the Fire Nation's High Council, requesting for Zuko's banishment to cease, and his excitement had been boosted when he read the positive response he hadn't thought he would receive. He suspected his younger brother Ozai wasn't pleased about having his son return empty-handed from his banishment, but it would seem the council members had convinced him that his heir had been punished enough for his wrongdoings. Iroh's belly joggled as he laughed happily at the sight of the port. Ships of several kinds were being stocked up by their crews while others were being unloaded. There were soldiers anywhere he looked, and a group of them helped to tie their ship to the dock. "We are far behind times, aren't we?" Iroh said to nobody in particular as he looked at the magnificent vessels nearby and compared them to the old, rusty ship they had been sailing in for over 10 years. They hadn't bothered with cleaning up the barnacles after one of the crewmen had cut his hand while trying to scrub them off the ship. The wound had become infected, and they had been forced to cut his hand off to avoid having him die painfully, though the man was currently whining about living painfully. Iroh wondered at times if it wouldn't have been kinder to let him die instead. It would have spared him from the pain and spared the rest of the crew from his complaints. "We will proceed to unload the cargo now, sir," said the ship's captain, reporting to Iroh. "Oh, very good," said Iroh, still smiling. "Make sure you are very careful with my jasmine tea supplies and my teapots." "We will be, sir," said the captain, nodding and bowing down. Iroh was already quite elderly, but even if he had still been in his younger years, he wouldn't have gotten involved in the hassle of unloading the ship's goods. He had many traits that set him apart from the rest of the royalty, since he would often be willing to take part in commoners' activities, but even so, he wasn't about to strain himself with something as boring as unloading the ship. Rather, he felt like getting off the deck already so that he could bask in returning home. Iroh walked down the ship's ramp as soon as it was lowered atop the wooden dock. Bystanders would stare at him in surprise, recognizing him as the Fire Lord's brother. It seemed that the general public hadn't been informed that Prince Zuko and his uncle would be returning home. Iroh waved at those who stared at him for too long, and they would immediately return to their duties, ashamed of watching him so intently. Iroh merely chuckled at this as he looked around, curious about who owned the other ships docked at the port. He caught sight of a few Navy ships and 3 civilian vessels, and he didn't identify any of the people involved in the discharging of their goods, but when he turned to the last ship docked at the harbor, he found quite a curious surprise. "Make sure to restock quickly," yelled a royal guard, walking up the ramp towards a royal barge. "The princess won't tolerate any tardiness. We must be ready to take off as soon as possible." Iroh smirked as he wondered why Princess Azula would be in such a hurry to get someplace. Indeed, she no longer would be the 11-year-old he had last seen before he took off with Zuko, but regardless, he found it very unusual that Azula would need to travel anywhere so urgently. "What a handsome barge," he said, smiling as he stopped by the ramp of the princess's ship. "They didn't make them like this before my departure." One of the royal guards on the deck stumbled when he caught sight of the older man, taken by surprise by his presence. The Dragon of the West hadn't been seen in the capital in over a decade, and he was strolling about as if he had never been gone in the first place. "General Iroh, sir," said the man, kneeling in his direction. "Good day to you." Iroh was amused by the guard's failure to respond appropriately to his sudden appearance. "A good day to you, also. Would you be so kind as to answer a question?" Of course, sir," said the guard, raising his head. "Why does my niece need to travel somewhere?" he asked, inquisitive. The guard was taken aback by this inquiry, but seeing how it was a royal family member who was asking, he didn't hesitate about answering. "Well, I don't quite understand the full extent of the circumstances," said the guard, earnestly. "But she has recently taken to traveling to Shujing and back again because she's sponsoring a fighter in the Superior Gladiator League." "Oh, that is truly unexpected," said Iroh, his eyes widening. "A gladiator? Are women allowed to sponsor gladiators?" "As I said, I really don't know much about it," said the guard, blushing even though his mask concealed the redness of his face. "I see," said Iroh, thoughtful. "Do you know who her gladiator is, at the very least?" "Well, I have seen him," said the guard, frowning as he scratched the back of his head. "He looks foreign. I assume he's from a water tribe, though I don't know which one. He's dark-skinned, well-built, and his main weapon seems to be a sword." "No wonder she travels to Shujing, then," muttered Iroh. "Azula must have had Piandao training her gladiator. As sneaky as ever, my niece." It didn't take long for Iroh to realize what Azula was attempting to achieve through sponsoring a gladiator. If she hadn't changed her ways ever since he had been in the Fire Nation, then he was quite certain he understood what she meant to accomplish. Always trying to prove her worth, she was awfully similar to Zuko in that sense, even though the princess would never admit to that. "You can see her gladiator for yourself, though," said the guard, bringing Iroh out of his thoughts with those words. "What?" said Iroh, surprised. Well, what I mean is, I believe her gladiator must be about to enter his combat right now. You can go find out for yourself what he's like." "Huh, I see," said Iroh, smiling. "A wise suggestion. I believe I will do that. Thank you for your time." Yes, sir. And, welcome home, General," said the guard, stuttering as he bowed. Iroh chuckled and started his way through the bay. The Dragon of the West didn't like the idea of walking the long, uphill road towards the capital, but if he wanted to enter the crater that surrounded the city and head to the gladiator arena, he had no choice but to walk indeed. And so, hoping his belly wouldn't weigh him down too much, he did his best to climb over the hill as quickly as possible, hoping to arrive in time to watch the gladiator combat. Sokka was fitting his forearm guards while Azula paced back and forth in the standby room, a prominent frown on her brow. "Be very cautious," she warned him. "You haven't fought any earthbenders before, and they have a great advantage in this environment. The sand pit provides them with more than enough material to bend, so you must be swift and decisive to make sure the combat goes on your favor. I figured that out by myself, to tell you the truth, said Sokka, gritting his teeth as he looked outside towards the said pit. This is likely going to be one of my toughest fights up to date, even if I'm fighting a blind girl. Do not underestimate her, said Angela, glaring at him. I rather doubt she'll be as easy to defeat as the red-striped hornet was. I'm not underestimating her, replied Sokka, rolling his eyes. I just don't understand how a blind girl can be a gladiator. It's really confusing. Yet she has aced every single fight she has been in so far, said Angela. She hasn't simply won, she has knocked out every opponent she has faced against. Wait, you hadn't said that before, said Sokka, frowning and growing more cautious now. Knockouts, against all her opponents. Or so I heard, muttered Angela. I don't think she has faced off against anyone too dangerous yet, but she must be something to behold if she can knock her opponents out even when she's blind. You must be right about that, said Sokka, placing his helmet on his head. She probably has some odd trick up her sleeve or something. Therefore, you should be extra careful, said Angela, worried. You don't know what you'll go up against today. Sokka nodded and looked at the sand pit once more. The furniture seemed to be the same as it had been during his fight against the hornet, although many of the objects were placed in different locations now. He attempted to get a glimpse of his opponent, who was waiting at the other side of the arena, but she was too far away for him to see anything at all. Very well, then, good luck, said Angela, prompting him to turn to her. Do not disappoint me this time. I won't, promised Sokka, nodding confidently. I will fight to my best, whether she's blind or not. Her trick could be to garner sympathy from her rivals because she's crippled, but that won't work on me. It better not, was Angela's response, and she left the room without another word. Sokka could tell they were still in a very bad place in whatever relationship it was that they had. Regardless, he would try to set things right this time, he had to, somehow. And the best way to do it would be by fighting against the blind bandit without giving her any quarter. He would win this fight. Angela climbed the stairs all the way to the sponsor's balcony and she wasn't surprised to see the opposite sponsor was already waiting for her. He was burly and tan, and his conceited monkey face told her she wouldn't receive the respect she deserved from this man. She wasn't surprised by his attitude, though. He was a former Earth Kingdom man, now converted to a Fire Nation honorary citizen. It would have been astonishing for the man to behave in a respectful manner towards her. She took her seat quietly next to him, not about to grant him any courtesy until he showed some politeness to her first. Good day for a fight, princess, finally said the other sponsor, grinning cruelly. My name is Xin Fu, and I'm the blind bandit's sponsor. I figured as much, said Angela, not looking at him. I hope your blind girl is as strong as I heard she was. Oh, she isn't, she's far tougher than that, said the man, chuckling cruelly. Angela felt disgusted at the sound of his laughter. You'll see soon enough. Excuse me, said a member of the arena staff, who had come, as usual, to ask about the time limit. How long do you wish this fight to last? I'd say, 10 minutes should suffice, said Xin Fu, still as cocky as ever. Angela frowned. 10 minutes didn't sound like a good time limit. She scowled as she shook her head. I don't think so. Perhaps 15, 10 shouldn't be long enough. Oh, well, if you wish to make your gladiator suffer more, then I agree, said Xin Fu, smiling. 15 it is. The staff member left the room quickly once the procedures were over with, and Angela couldn't help but feel horribly uncomfortable upon being alone in the room with such a creepy man. But I have to say it does make sense for a princess to have fun at the expense of her slave, said Xin Fu, grinning. You must be quite a sadist if you enjoy watching gladiator fights, after all. Most girls are completely disgusted by them. Do not pretend you understand me, said Angela, growing more wary of the man with every word he said. Xin Fu chuckled and nodded. Whatever, princess. But I have to say, if you don't enjoy watching people in pain, you got involved the wrong business and you definitely accepted the wrong challenge. Your fighter won't come out of this in one piece. We'll see about that, replied Angela, although she was slightly intimidated by his words. His confidence was overwhelming, mostly because she feared said confidence would be justified shortly. Could the blind bandit be such a tough fighter to deal with? Angela was starting to dread she just might be. The metal grid slid upwards, allowing entrance into the sand to both gladiators. Sokka took a deep breath as he walked towards the center of the sand pit, passing by the water well just as the announcer called in his opponent amongst the crowd's screams. And, with a remarkable streak of no losses, the highly promising girl who can't see a thing, other than her own awesomeness. I give you, the blind bandit. Sokka frowned deeply when a small, slim girl with jet black hair walked towards him from the other side of the arena. She was dressed in a green and yellow outfit, the typical colors of an earthbender, yet to Sokka's surprise, she wasn't wearing armor. He felt cheated. Not only was she a girl, she was also blind and she headed into battle without any protection, though then he recalled Angela's words, "Do not underestimate her." Still, he hadn't underestimated her. He had his weapons in tow, and he was perfectly armored, as opposed to her. She wasn't even wearing shoes. He snarled when he realized that the one to be underestimated had been him. The time limit for this fight is up to 15 minutes, as decided by the sponsors, said the man from the judge's balcony. Get ready, and start. Everyone was expecting an explosive beginning, or at least, that either of the fighters would strike a threatening stance towards the other, but it didn't happen. The blind bandit simply crossed her arms as she looked at him. No, she couldn't be looking at him, she was blind. So what was she doing? Sup? Asked the bandit, making Sokka stare at her in complete disbelief. Well, nothing much, I guess, he replied, hardly knowing what to say to that. Just here, you know, you are aware that we're supposed to fight, though, aren't you? Yeah, I know that, said the bandit, digging her toes into the sand. So, what's your real name? I'm Toph. Toph Bafong. You. Sokka frowned. This was exactly what he had done to the spawn of the volcano and what he had attempted to do with the hornet: lower your opponent's guard through annoying chit-chat to induce him to strike, and take advantage of the situation when the foe attacked recklessly. I'm Sokka, was his reply, to Toph's surprise. Though in these circumstances, I'm the Blue Wolf. You're pretty smooth, aren't you? Asked Toph, smirking. So, are you really the princess's gladiator? Yeah, said Sokka, distrustful. Gee, said Toph, chuckling now. You'll have to show me what's so special about you, Sokka, because I can't see why the Fire Nation princess would hire a gladiator who seems like a complete wimp. Both the princess and her gladiator frowned at the comment. It wasn't so much that she would be right or wrong about her assertions, it was more the utter bewilderment that arose when she spoke of Sokka as if she could actually see him. Come again, said Sokka. How would you know if I'm a wimp or not if you can't see what I look like? Or is it that all this blind nonsense is a charade, just like I suspected? It might be, in some way, said Toph, shrugging. I'm not really blind. Sure, I can't see, but that doesn't make me blind. You don't seem to be half as burly as I expected from a guy who is getting sponsored by the Royal Jewel. Angela became even more indignant when she heard the girl speak about her without an ounce of respect. The Royal Jewel? Who exactly did that stupid blind girl think she was talking about? Because, to top it all, you're a non-bender. So, you should be really tough. But you don't appear to be strong at all. Care to show me why would she pick a weakling like you to be her gladiator? Sokka sighed and raised his hand towards his sword. He didn't like the idea of hurting the girl, but he doubted he'd actually maim her at all. She was stirring his mood because she was trying to take the advantage of the situation, and he wouldn't let her. He had promised he would fight properly, and he had every intention to do so. I guess I will, he said, once he had Space Sword in his hand. He had to clear his mind away before his principals began pestering him about attacking a blind girl. Sokka broke into a half-hearted sprint, expecting the girl to respond at his approach somehow, and she did. Toph simply moved her left foot upwards with a flick of her ankle, and an array of sand flew straight at Sokka's face, knocking his helmet off and stopping him halfway through his dash towards his opponent. The sudden movement of the sand knocked him off balance, but he jumped back to avoid falling over. Indeed, Angela had been right to say an earthbender had it very easy in the middle of a sand pit. Huh. I guess my question has been answered, said Toph, smirking. You're smart enough to know when to strike and when to take a step back. Nice. Thanks, said Sokka, although he was pretty certain she wasn't quite complimenting him. But I doubt you'll be smart enough to beat me, she replied, lifting both her arms into a fighting stance. Sokka didn't understand at all how was she fighting, it hardly made sense, how could she know where he was if she couldn't see him? But somehow, she knew, else she wouldn't have been able to attack him by bending several sand streams in his direction. Sokka was forced to dissolve the unexpected attacks by shielding his face with his arm guard, kneeling as he waited for her assaults to end. Being struck by sand wasn't painful, but it was very unpleasant. The tiny grains of dirt slid into his armor and clothes, running down his body in quite an annoying manner, and before he knew it, his feet were submerged in sand. Still, this was something he could bear. If this was truly the best this earthbender could do, beating her wouldn't be as hard as... That last thought was interrupted when the blind bandit closed her hands into tight fists, and before Sokka knew it, the sand that had covered his feet grew solidified, turning into a rock. His eyes grew wide open as the earthbender performed a high and steady kick, and he found himself flying over the arena, crashing painfully against one of the wooden structures as the earth around his feet grew softer again, allowing him to move. His ankles ached after the brusque pressure the compressed sand had exerted over them. "Oh, did I forget to mention I'm the best earthbender in the world?" asked Toph, tapping her chin with one finger as she frowned. "Yeah, I think I did." "That's crazy talk," said Sokka, staggering as he got on his feet again, the structure behind him collapsing loudly, costing his opponent 20 points. "Oh, damn it," said Xianfu at the sponsor's bench. "Stupid girl, you should be more careful." Angela was surprised to see the man had the guts to yell at his gladiator in the middle of a fight. He looked like an angry porcupine as he glared at the blind bandit. "Not at all," said Toph, ignoring her sponsor and focusing solely on her enemy. "Do you still need more proof?" "This makes no sense," said Sokka. "If you're blind, then how come can you fight like this?" "I shouldn't reveal my secrets," admitted Toph, thoughtful. "But I guess telling you this could work in my favor somehow. I don't see with my eyes, true enough, but I can see you through earthbending. I have to say sand isn't the best landscape for me, the earth is scattered so I can't see as well as I normally do, but even in these circumstances, I can still beat you." "We'll see about that," grunted Sokka, smirking slightly. So, she really couldn't see. That could work in his favor after all. He withdrew his boomerang from its sheath and threw it after aiming it at Toph. She sensed through his movements what his intent was, and she brought forth an earth barrier, compressing the sand quickly to solidify her defense. She was surprised, though, when she failed to feel anything colliding against her earth shield. "What just?" she grunted, feeling slightly paranoid. He had flung something at her, she had sensed his movements, so where was his projectile? What was his projectile, rather? Sokka smirked, knowing his little ploy had worked. He had tossed his boomerang a few feet from where Toph was currently standing, calculating the trajectory so that the weapon would strike her as it made its way back to him. And indeed, he landed his first blow on his opponent through this scheme. The boomerang's edge struck Toph's back, making her stumble as she gasped, taken by surprise by the hit. She didn't know what sort of projectile he had hurled that would hurt her from behind. All she knew at the moment was that she couldn't keep her guard down. This guy was way smarter than any other gladiators she had faced so far, and she refused to give him a chance to beat her. "Ha!" said Sokka, after hearing her huff when the boomerang hit her. Toph frowned and regained her stance quickly. She dissolved the earth barrier at will, and Sokka was taken aback when he caught sight of her face this time. She was smirking in a very scary and cruel manner now, and she had lifted her hands as she took a bending stance. The sand behind her began shifting, as if it were swallowing something, and that something, to Sokka's dismay, was his boomerang. "No!" he yelled, starting towards his weapon, but the blind bandit wasn't going to take him for granted anymore. Not only did she make the boomerang sink deep into the sand, she also shot a great amount of solidified sand into Sokka's stomach brusquely, making him fly over to the edge of the arena. Angela found herself gripping the armrests of her chair with enough strength for her knuckles to turn white when Sokka's right shoulder was caught in one of the metal spikes on the rim of the sand pit. Hell knew what the odds were for the tip to make its way through the only area of Sokka's back that wasn't covered by armor. Sokka couldn't help but yell out loud in pain as the tip impaled on his shoulder pierced his body, protruding slightly through his chest. He dislodged the tip after struggling a little and he collapsed in the floor, coughing and gasping for air. He hadn't expected anything like this to happen. "How'd you like that?" asked the blind bandit, smirking cruelly. D-damn you," said Sokka, struggling to get back on his feet. His right arm felt horribly numb, for his body seemed not to know how to react to that much pain. "I do feel a little bad about this, I have to say," said Toph, shifting the sand beneath him. Sokka stumbled as he tried to keep distance between them, since the earthbender was trying to bring him closer to her. "You see, I'm about to kill you." Sokka's eyes grew wide in horror as Toph said such dreaded words. What?" he said, still unable to get out of the sand trap Toph was stirring. "I don't think I'll enjoy killing you," she admitted, moving her fingers as she toyed with Sokka. "But I don't have a choice. You see, it's been said that you only won your previous fight because you're the princess's spoiled slave." Angela winced at the accusation. She knew it, she had known everyone would take Sokka's victory as cheating because of the pathetic way the Blue Wolf had behaved during the second half of the fight. Even when she had tried to clear it up at the end of the combat, and after she had obtained a somewhat satisfying answer, rumors had spread about how nobody would be able to beat Sokka because of his sponsor's title. "So the only way to make sure I'll definitely win, will be by killing you," said Toph, matter-of-factly. "Too bad for you. You'll be my first dead opponent ever, how's that?" "What?" grunted Sokka, frowning. "You weren't in the amateur league, then?" "Hell, no," said Toph, smirking. "You thought I was that weak? Only weaklings go to the amateur league. The really tough fighters, like me, are chosen immediately for the big leagues. And you, clearly, don't belong in the upper ring of this business." "You're not the one to decide that," grunted Sokka, growing angrier by the minute. This girl was so cocky she was making him sick. Who did she think she was? She had no right to declare who was worthy of being a top gladiator and who wasn't. Sokka's shoulder was throbbing now, and the discomfort he felt on it was beginning to turn into pain. He had to do something, he didn't know how much time they had left, but he knew he had to turn the tables in this fight right away if he was going to win. And he was going to win, his life was on the line now, it seemed. He couldn't lose against the blind bandit, he simply couldn't. It had never been an option to die in a gladiator pit, and it definitely wasn't one now. He was still gripping Space Sword in his left hand, but he didn't have his boomerang anymore. There had to be something he could do with his remaining weapons, anything. He could fling his bombs at her, but to what avail? They were smoke bombs, and she was blind. She'd see through the smoke screen without a problem using her earthbending skills. He had his knife too, but he didn't think it would come in handy at all. "Oh, no," said Toph, snickering. "I don't get decide if you're good or not, but I do decide if you're a winner or a loser. And I'm thinking you're the latter, really, you're not half as tough as you thought you were, Wolf." Sokka smirked. As the girl spoke, he worked up a strange and unreliable plan that might not work at all, but he had to give it a try, at least. His eyes flickered towards the sponsor's balcony, wondering if Angela was disappointed in him, and hoping that, if she was, his next endeavor would make her beam with pride afterwards. He was surprised to see she seemed to be worried rather than displeased, but that didn't alter his resolve. He was determined not to let her down this time. Their eyes clashed together once again, even at such distance. Angela's grip on the armchair wouldn't grow any fainter. She was so focused on Sokka and his fight that neither she nor Xianfu noticed the door to the room opened behind them, and, unbeknownst to them, they were joined by a guest who remained silent as he stood behind both sponsors. "Oh, maybe I'm not, but neither are you, Toph," he yelled, having memorized her name right away. He put away his sword for a moment before flinging a bomb towards her. Toph sent a chuck of earth towards him, and Sokka whirled to avoid the blow. Toph frowned as she noticed a strange sphere had landed between her feet. What the hell is this? She grunted, just as she was about to kick it away. The bomb released its content when she moved, and just as Sokka had planned, the smoke hit the girl in the face, getting attached to her clothes and forcing her to stumble to get away from the irritating cloud of smoke. But Sokka took his chance and sent out the other bomb, rolling it down through the ground towards her, and he instantly thought he would have to thank some god of fortune when she stepped over the second bomb, tripping and falling to the sand with a yelp of annoyance as more smoke was released by the second bomb. That was his cue. Unsheathing his sword once more, he ran towards her, gritting his teeth as he thought he would get even with her now. He would repay her for the stinging wound she had left on his shoulder as soon as he reached her. Angela's eyes regained their glow when her gladiator seemed to have the upper hand in this combat for once. She always had great hopes set on him, and she had known he wouldn't disappoint her this time. The cloud of smoke didn't let the crowd witness what had happened when Sokka had lunged at his rival again. Regardless, it didn't take too long for the result of his attack to be clear to everyone. Sokka had rushed into the smoke, ready to strike Toph down, but he was met by a sudden surge of sand that surrounded and stopped him in the middle of his sprint. Toph was struggling to get up, but before doing so, she performed an incredibly potent kick, and Sokka was sent flying outside the smoke cloud again. Angela grimaced when she saw him rolling on the floor, wincing at the pain on his shoulder and at the frustration he felt after his plan had failed at the last moment. He had no more ideas. What could he do now? Had he already lost this fight? "You scumbag," he heard from the cloud. The bandit sure didn't sound happy now. "You think you're so cool, knocking me over to the ground, huh? Well, I'm about to show you the blind bandit's true power. Let's see how you'll counter this." Sokka hadn't expected her to become so livid, considering he had only managed to knock her off her feet, but he guessed nobody had ever gotten the better of her like that. He allowed himself to bask in pride for a second before feeling the sand beneath him growing more and more unstable. He jumped to his feet, but he failed to stand up in time to leap out of this new trap, which had already managed to sink him to his waist. Angela gasped at the sight. Sokka was trying to get released from the furious earthbender's grip, but his efforts were proving useless. Xianfu, next to the princess, beamed cruelly. And the other person in the room finally decided to announce himself, taking both sponsors by surprise when he did. Well, that was quite a mischievous plan, too bad it didn't work. Angela was already distraught enough because of the fight. She didn't need a new problem to add to her list. And this was the worst sort of problem she could ever have envisioned. Her eyes grew wide open the second she heard that voice, and her grip on the chair grew even tighter. This wasn't happening, not when she was making a new name for herself through her gladiator. Not when she had finally found a way to make people acknowledge her. But that old man's voice was unmistakable, and if he was here, in the Grand Royal Dome, then it could only mean one thing. Zuko was back. "Well," she said, trying to keep her voice from trembling. "This is a very shocking surprise, to say the least. What are you doing here, uncle?" "I sent a message to my brother not too long ago," said Iroh, smiling at Angela despite the fact that she refused to look at him. She was still unwilling to acknowledge his presence. "I was certain you would have been aware that Zuko's banishment has been lifted. The council declared he could return home." I wasn't informed of this," said Angela, keeping her head held high and her eyes set on the fight, which was growing murkier by the minute, although she wasn't registering anything of what she was seeing. Her mind was elsewhere right now. "They probably came to that decision during one of my travels." "Most likely," said Iroh. "I didn't think my brother would have kept any secrets from you, or is it that he has grown wary of you during these 10 years? Angela had to make quite an effort not to laugh at that statement. She knew what Iroh was trying to play at. She had always known, just as he had always been able to see right through her, she always could see through him. "My father has always been wary of me, uncle." "Everyone is," said Angela, proudly. "I guess he didn't mention this matter to me because he didn't consider it important enough to inform me of it." "Oh, well," said Iroh, laughing in that jolly way Angela had grown to loathe over the years. "You do understand Oze far better than I ever will." "You are most likely right about that." "Are you the Dragon of the West?" asked Xianfu, turning to see the man with a frown on his face. "Ah, indeed I am," said Iroh, smiling. "Well, what business do you have here?" grunted Xinfu. "This is the sponsor's balcony. You're a royal, so go up to the royal seats instead." "On my own? That would make this experience far too boring," said Iroh, shaking his head. "And I have just returned home after 10 years of sailing. I should be allowed to see my niece after all this time." Azula scowled at such a ridiculous claim. Iroh, wanting to see her? Not even a toddler would buy such a pathetic excuse for a lie. "You have grown a lot, Azula," said Iroh, smiling down to her as he stood by her side. "You are the spitting image of your mother Ursa." If what he had said so far had been annoying, this was borderline insulting. How dared he? He was completely aware of how much Azula hated to hear people comparing her to her mother, and that was likely the reason why he had said those words in the first place. "That is very kind of you, uncle," she said, sarcastically. "Whereas you seem far older than I ever thought you'd get to be. I'm amazed to see you managed to survive 10 years at sea with Zuko pestering you, or was it him the one struggling to survive you?" Iroh chuckled and focused on the fight again, even though Azula took her time to shoot another glare at him before looking down at Sokka once more, and she felt her heart rate slow down as she gazed at the combat below. The smoke had cleared up completely already, so there was nothing to prevent anyone from witnessing the massacre below. Toph had spent the last few minutes throwing Sokka from one side of the arena to the other, throwing huge blocks of earth to his face and chest and breaking most of his armor after so many powerful smashes. She had recurred to smothering him in quicksand again now, and only Sokka's head was visible at the moment. "You know, people say that, if you get buried while standing up, you won't be able to dig yourself out," she said, smirking cruelly as she walked up to Sokka. The Water Tribe man could look at her face from his current position. He was terrified by the way her sightless eyes passed over him while her hands kept stirring the sand beneath him. "We could test that right now, couldn't we?" With this, Sokka sank into the ground with a muffled sound that might have been a scream, but he was below the surface so fast that his yell was completely smothered by the sand. Azula couldn't contain a gasp of horror. Her gladiator had been buried alive. Xinfu, next to her, laughed. Azula used all her willpower to avoid going into a fire-bending rampage to kill both the men in the room with her. She couldn't believe this was happening. Sokka couldn't die like this, he couldn't. He had to return to his tribe, didn't he? He had many things to accomplish. He had proven to be too damn hard to kill for him to drop dead here and now, and against a blind brat of all people. She was left staring at the spot where she had seen him last, and she wondered if that had been the last time she'd ever see him. No, there was no way she would let that happen. Iroh raised an eyebrow as Azula stood up and walked up to the edge of the balcony, standing by the wooden fence that secluded the area. She placed a hand on a red column as she looked down into the sand pit, begging him mentally to come back up. Her heart was beating weakly as despair made its way through her. He had to come back. He couldn't do this to her, he couldn't be gone now. She didn't know if she was relieved or horrified when Toph thrust a fist up in the air and Sokka resurfaced, but he wasn't free from her clutches. In fact, he was anything but free from her grip. Sokka was still held tight by a gigantic sand column shaped as a hand that mimicked Toph's very own. Azula stared, aghast, as she felt some relief to see Sokka was still alive, but his face was covered in blood and his hair was no longer up in his wolf's tail. All the blows he had received had left him in his currently dreadful state. "I hope you were trying to get out of the sand, as I told you to," said Toph, smirking. "That way we've proven that theory, huh?" Sokka didn't respond, which displeased the blind bandit. She began closing her other hand, solidifying the sand and tightening its grip around Sokka until he could hardly breathe. "Well, if you're not going to cooperate, I guess I'm just going to end you right away," said the blind bandit. The sand became a solid rock eventually, and Sokka could only utter a muffled cry of pain at this stage as he felt several bones snapping under the brutal pressure. Azula was staring at him in panic, knowing that this was it, and she could do nothing about it. There was no stopping this madness. But, to her surprise, the tight rocks fell apart and Sokka collapsed in the sand again. Azula was somewhat relieved at this, and so was the gladiator as he panted, trying to catch his breath again. You didn't really think I'd be done with you just like that, did you? Asked Toph, smirking. Where's the fun in that? Sokka could hardly move. Toph had crushed the bones on his legs and the only extremity he could use currently was his left hand. He turned around and coughed up sand and blood on the ground, his eyesight growing blurry with every second that went by. He probably wouldn't be conscious for much longer, and it might just be the last time he'd be conscious overall. He had failed. He had lost this fight. So, let's see, said Toph, walking around him as if she were a beast intimidating its prey. There are a few ways I could kill you. I could squeeze you to your death, like I was doing just now, or I could make tons of sharp stones and stab all your body with them. Sokka panted, a strange shrill sound was coming out of his throat with each breath he took. He didn't realize he was the one responsible for that sound. Or maybe. I could slide a lot of sand into your stomach, said Toph, smirking. And I could use potential force to bring all the earth out of you and bam. You'd die in an earthy explosion. I figured that one would suit you, seeing how you seem to be so fond of bombs and useless junk like that. Azula hardly realized there was a burning feeling in her eyes. Tears of frustration were threatening to slip down her cheeks as she witnessed the half-dead figure of her gladiator, too weak to do anything other than drag himself in the ground with one hand. Well? I don't have all day, you know, said Toph, her hands on her hips as she stared at him impatiently. Make a choice already. Sokka coughed up more sand. He felt as if he hadn't had a drink of water in his entire life, his throat was horribly dry. It was sad to think he would die with an empty stomach and his mouth full of sand. And then it hit him that he really was going to die. All the thoughts that had often come to his mind during his stay at the Amateur Gladiator League came back to him at full force, and he surprised Toph by flashing her with a most unexpected smile. I don't really care, he muttered with what was left of his voice, making Toph huff in irritation, shaking her messy bangs with the movement. I can't fight anymore, so I'm going to die. Well, gee, thanks for clearing that up, Captain Obvious, said Toph, sarcastically. So that's it, then. You're not even going to try to survive. And no, said Sokka, still coughing up more sand. I've been afraid of death for all these years. I wanted to die, but I couldn't. I was so scared of what would happen when I passed. I didn't think I could handle the pain, so I fought back and killed my opponents instead. I wanted to kill myself, but I didn't have it in me to do it. This time, though, I can't do a thing, and I'm about to die. So I'm glad. Toph's face contorted with rage as she heard him speak. Those are the last words of a coward, she said, her nose growing wrinkled as she tightened her fists. The hell was that? You're too afraid of death to let others kill you and you don't have the guts to do the job yourself. That's pathetic. So you just want me to make you a damn favor, is that it? Sokka didn't answer anymore. He had already spent what he had left of his energy by talking to her. Let me tell you something, you useless pile of broken bones, said Toph, harshly. I'm not here to do favors to any pathetic gladiators I cross in the arena, I'm here to fight them and kill them if I must. And if you're here for another reason, then you're not a fighter. You're not a gladiator. You're just a spineless scumbag. Sokka didn't seem too pleased to hear this, although he hardly understood her words at this point. The world was becoming too blurry, his senses were failing him. And you know what, you stupid blue wolf, she said, kicking at his stomach and making him wince in pain again. You're not getting any favors from me. Azula suddenly grew hopeful after those words. Then, he would live? She would let him live? What the hell does she think she's doing? Yelled Xin Fu, standing up as well. Kill him already. Maybe one day, if you grow a pair, I'll think about finishing you off, said Toph, ignoring her sponsor's screams. But right now, you're just not worth killing. Sokka didn't know if he should take that as an insult, but he was far beyond caring at this point. His mind was closing down slowly, or so it felt. No, come on, you can do this, Sokka, Angela whispered, watching him tilt his head down as he tried to keep awake, but it seemed his efforts were doomed to fail. "Don't do this, don't bail on me just yet. Kill him!" screamed Xin-Fu next to her. Toph gritted her teeth as she heard his voice. "What's the matter with you, stupid? Kill him!" Toph's response garnered a gasp of shock from the entire crowd. She lifted her hand at her sponsor, her middle finger sticking out as she showed him a particularly offensive sign. "Oh, my, that's some girl," said Iroh, laughing as his belly joggled as usual. "Why you?" said Xin-Fu, baring his teeth at the girl. Angela didn't care for the strife between her fellow sponsor and his gladiator. Her eyes had finally left Sokka's writhing figure as she stared at the hourglass on the balcony opposite to hers. There were only a few grains left, the fight was almost officially over. Just a few seconds more and she could go to him. He had to hold on just for a little longer. "Please, Sokka. Please," she begged, as if she thought he could hear him. Iroh frowned as he caught wind of what she was saying, and he wondered when had he last seen his niece so worried about someone. He recalled she had been most pleased to witness the Agni Kai between her father and brother, and she had been especially enthusiastic when Zuko's face had gotten singed. How come was she more concerned over a lowly slave than she had been over her brother? Angela was convinced the damned hourglass had to be malfunctioning. The sand appeared to defy the laws of gravity as it fell too slowly to the second section of the hourglass to Angela's liking. Xin-Fu kept yelling next to her, and Toph refused to respond. She walked away from Sokka, unwilling to land another blow on a man who wasn't worth her efforts. Sokka shivered now, longing for the final strike that would never arrive, the strike that would put him out of his miserable life for once and for all. And the last grain fell, finally. Angela didn't even notice she was holding her breath as she forced herself to stay put until the judges decided on the obvious winner. Not too long afterwards, the usual announcer ran to the bullhorn and yelled, "The winner is the blind bandit." Xin-Fu finally shut up when Toph was declared triumphant, relieved that the judges hadn't been as unfair as he expected them to be. But even if they had been favoring Angela, there was simply no way they could award the victory to the Blue Wolf when he lay on the floor, shaking with every new breath he took. Xin-Fu would have gloated about his gladiator's victory, even though he was displeased over the fact that Toph hadn't killed Sokka, but he had no chance to do so. Angela shoved the bag of the bid's money to his chest before turning to the door and storming out of the room, almost colliding with her uncle as she did. She hardly even recalled what Iroh's return meant to her at this point. "That little bitch," said Xin-Fu, forgetting about Angela as he glared at Toph, who was currently exiting the arena, unhurt. "I'm gonna teach her a lesson or two." Iroh raised an eyebrow as Xin-Fu followed Angela's lead and left the room, albeit without running. The Dragon of the West gazed at the arena, taking in its glory and details. It was the first time he witnessed a gladiator fight, seeing as this branch of the slave business had been developed a few years after he had taken off on his trip with Zuko. The cheering crowds at the stands, the sun's gleam sliding through the dome's glass roofs, the outstanding girl who had just made a mess out of Angela's gladiator and finished the fight completely unscathed. Iroh smirked as he walked out of the room, brewing something in his mind that, for once, had nothing to do with tea. Angela didn't recall having run as if her life depended on it ever before. She used to run around the palace when she was little, but never had she sprinted in this manner. The rational side of her brain told her she might end up falling down the stairs if she kept rushing like this, but she ignored those warnings. She had to get to him as quickly as possible. The way to the standby room seemed 10 times longer than when she had walked through it earlier, even when she was running this time. People turned to look at her as she passed them by, some of them realizing she was the Fire Nation princess, but Angela didn't care about being judged by them for once. Her mind was set in only one goal right now, and that goal was Sokka. When she finally arrived to the standby room, Sokka was being helped out of the ring by 2 staff members, who were dragging him from the sand with difficulty. Sokka kept gasping for air, too weak to cough, his legs too damaged for him to walk without help. "Sokka!" Angela whispered, shortening the distance between them with long strides. The 2 staff members were surprised to see her in such a shaken state. Sokka managed to recognize her voice, although he didn't even understand what she said. Somehow, hearing her gave him strengths he didn't know he still had within him. He had to tell her, say that damned word before she took out her anger on him again. He knew she would be extremely disappointed in him after what had just happened, but he couldn't make things right anymore. He had failed her. Angela. He mumbled, trying to raise his head to look at her, but his eyesight was too blurry for him to see more than shapes. Hush, she said, approaching and sliding her hand under his left arm, surrounding his waist as she got ready to carry him on her own. The staff members stumbled back, staring at the scene with disbelief. Never before had they seen a sponsor so concerned over the well-being of his gladiator that he would choose to carry the almost lifeless slave like this. You don't have to say anything, everything will be all right soon. Hey. Angela. He said once more, since he hardly understood any of what she had told him. Where can I find medical assistance for him? She asked, looking at the staff members with fury gleaming in her eyes, threatening them to speak at once or face dire consequences. Answer me. There are no medical facilities in here, princess, said one of the men, terrified. How can there be no? Started Angela, in complete disbelief, but she shook her head, knowing she couldn't press on the subject right now. She would address that issue later. Sokka, can you walk? Can you walk? Do you understand what I'm saying? She asked, looking at him in the eye. A little, he admitted. My legs are killing me. Well, I'm not about to drag you all the way to the palace, said Angela, frowning. You'll end up in an even worse state if I do that. You have to work with me here, Sokka, try to walk, please. Sokka only caught the last sentences, and was bemused at hearing Angela pleading with him. He didn't understand what she wanted from him, but he would comply somehow. He nodded and used all his willpower to move his legs. Angela had him place his arm across her shoulders, and she exerted all the strength she could muster to pull him with her as she walked towards the hallway. Sokka gasped at every step they took, even though Angela was walking as slowly as possible, trying to make the trip less difficult for him. She didn't realize she kept reassuring him through words, telling him everything would work out for the better, that he would be fine soon enough. Sokka hardly understood what she was saying, but he was clinging to her as if his life depended on it, and it sure was depending on it right now. It took them what felt like ages to get up the stairs. Angela wondered if it would have been easier if she had been carrying him on her back, but she wasn't strong enough to lift his weight through such a long flight of stairs. Sokka was trying his hardest to climb each step, but his legs kept giving away and he almost brought Angela down each time he collapsed. Regardless, the princess didn't give up on her endeavor. She didn't even consider doing so. Finally, they reached the vestibule. Sokka was trembling violently by then. Angela gritted her teeth as she dragged him towards the gates, and many unwelcome eyes were fixed upon the two of them. Shoji was looking at them with his mouth hanging open, wondering what could have injured the blue wolf like this, and definitely confused over how the Fire Nation princess was carrying him like this on her own, but whenever someone approached her, she would glare at them defiantly. Sokka was her gladiator. She had gotten him into this fight and she would be the one to get him out of it as well, no matter if she felt too weak to carry both him and an enormous pile of guilt as burdens on her shoulders. Another staff man got the door for her, and she didn't thank him for his kindness. There was her palanquin, at last. The captain of the royal guard hadn't been paying close attention to the door, but when the other guards and the palanquin bearers began staring at the arena's gates with scandalized looks on their faces, he turned to see what was happening. He would have never expected to witness such a horrifying sight. The princess was struggling to walk down to the palanquin while holding her horribly wounded gladiator in her arms. She was stained with his blood and also with the sand that had been attached to the remnants of his clothing and armor, giving them both an extremely ragged-up appearance. Princess! He yelled, turning around at her. Is the palanquin ready? Was her sole question as she dragged Sokka down the steps that would lead her to the street. What happened to? Asked the guard, rushing up to her as the rest of the royal procession got ready to move. Princess! Don't touch him, said Angela, wincing as she walked down the last few steps towards the palanquin. He's badly injured, so just, don't touch him. I can see that, said the guard, although he kept walking nearby, afraid Angela might drop Sokka, but, despite she was struggling to stay steady on her feet, she managed to keep a strong grip around him. Despite Angela's orders, the captain insisted in aiding her once he realized what her intent was. He opened the curtains of the palanquin and helped her place the wounded man inside the cabin. Sokka was half sitting, half lying down on the palanquin, grunting as the dreadful pain kept making its way through his numb body. "Are you bearers strong enough to carry 2 people?" asked Angela, fearing she might have to walk to the palace, even though she loathed the idea of doing so. "Of course, Princess," said one of the bearers, although he winced at the thought. Carrying Angela was one thing, but that man was big enough to tower over all them. Still, they were devoted to their duty and they would fulfill it to the end. They would carry both of them if the princess commanded them to do so. "If need be, I'll have some of the guards help carry the palanquin," said the royal guards captain, reassuringly. Angela nodded and climbed aboard, closing the curtain behind her. There wasn't much room left in the palanquin, seeing how Sokka had taken up her usual spot. He was breathing heavily as he tried his hardest to remain conscious, but he was slowly losing the battle against his wounds and his exhaustion. Angela, what is?" he managed to say before huffing in pain, his teeth clenched as a sudden burst of pain coursed through his right shoulder. "No need to say anything, Sokka," she told him as he lifted his left hand to who knew what avail. "Or to do anything, for that matter. You're going to be fine soon, I promise you that." "Angela, be back then, Shush, I said," she told him. Sokka seemed to be searching for something with his hand, but his eyes were failing him and he couldn't find what he was looking for. Angela had no clue what to do other than to take it in hers, and to her relief, Sokka seemed to calm down slightly at this. Was that what he had been trying to accomplish? "It's going to be all right. I'll make sure of that." "Angela. I'm," he muttered, and she no longer had the heart to shut him up. Clearly, he had something to say. "I'm sorry." Angela's eyes fell at those words. Sorry? Again? What was he sorry about now? It seemed that he had been forcing himself to remain conscious only to utter those words. His eyelids fell over his blue eyes, making Angela fear the worst until she saw his chest was still heaving. She allowed herself to take deep breaths now, since it seemed like she hadn't breathed in over half an hour, but as she did, something unexpected came over her. She couldn't quite understand it, but as she looked at the man's torn-up face, she felt a powerful urge to restore him to the goofy idiot he had been before. She wanted him to open those eyes again soon, she needed to argue with him, to discuss matters they didn't agree upon, she wanted him to say and do all those ridiculous things that always took her off guard. She couldn't let him die. She wouldn't let him leave her, not now. And to think she had wanted to get another gladiator not even a month ago. She felt something wet on her lap, and it took her a moment to realize she was actually crying. Her hand was still holding his, and she just gazed upon her worn-out gladiator as feelings foreign to her began rising within her chest. She had no idea what this strange surge of emotions was, but she couldn't have cared less about understanding them right now. She was too concerned over his well-being to care about anything but him at this point. The palanquin began moving, and she finally stopped looking at him. It was unbearable for her to keep staring at his limp figure. Yet she still held his hand tightly, unwilling to let it go, unwilling to let him go. Chapter 18, Introduction 18. "You little bitch!" yelled Xin-Fu, glaring at his gladiator. Toph was standing with her back against the wall as her sponsor yelled at her and sprayed her with spit, but she didn't feel cornered by him despite how he towered over her. She had her brow furrowed defiantly, since she was not about to shut up and abide by the man's complaints and demands. Her careless attitude only served to enrage him further, since Xin-Fu could tell that nothing he said would make it past her prodigious ears. Regardless, rather than thinking about taking a smarter approach to the matter, Xin-Fu had decided he would simply yell louder at her. It seemed he was under the impression that speaking up would make a difference. But, seeing how Toph remained impassive throughout the conversation, it was clear that Xin-Fu's attempts to get through to her were doomed to fail. "I told you to kill the brat, so you had to do it. I'm the sponsor. You are here to follow my orders." "Yeah, right," said Toph, sarcastically. You've got to be 10 times as dumb as I thought you were if you really think I'm going to let you boss me around. I never agreed to obey your orders when we made our deal. Forget that stupid deal. I only accepted to do this because you said I'd get more money like this than by dragging you back to your parents. So either you do as I say, or you're never going to fight in an arena again. Oh, yeah? Asked Toph, raising an eyebrow. You really think you can keep me from fighting just because you feel like it? I'm your damn sponsor. Without me, you're nothing. Yelled Xianfu. So either you do as you're told, or this is it for you and your stupid whim of fighting as a gladiator. Screw you, said Toph, snarling at Xianfu. I make my own decisions and you're not going to get in my way. I'll sponsor myself if I have to, but you'd better get through that thick skull of yours that I'm not going to behave as if I were a slave. I work for myself and for nobody else. Xianfu laughed and shook his head in disbelief. That's stupid, thinking a gladiator can sponsor herself. You're nothing without me. Without a sponsor, you'll be right out of the league. But you always do things the hard way, don't you, Miss Bafong? The man spat on the ground in front of her and Toph cringed, not so much out of disgust towards the gesture, but towards the man himself. You're done for, little bitch, he said, glowering at her for the last time. You're out of the gladiator business. Hell knows how you're gonna get out of this one, because I'm not about to save your skinny ass ever again. The money from the bids isn't worth sticking up with a piece of shit like you. Xianfu stormed off without another word. Toph was quite relieved to sense him leave. She had never been fond of the man, and she was quite pleased to get rid of him at last. Now she stood alone in the empty corridor that led up to the standby room, since that was the place where Xianfu had caught up with her, and the place where he had decided to deliver his speech. The man had been affiliated with the Bafong estate ever since the war had started looking really bad for the Earth Kingdom. The Bafongs were amongst the few former noble families that had retained their privileged positions even before the Fire Nation had instated the honorary Fire Nation citizen policy. They were amid the richest families in the world, so they had more than enough resources to appease the Fire Nation's thirst for gold and treasures if they ever came knocking threateningly at their doorstep. And the blind bandit hailed from this noble family. Toph had been born blind, and she had struggled with her impairment as a toddler. But on one fateful day, she wandered too far from the Bafong grounds and wound up inside a cave. While trying to find her way out of her predicament, she met the badger moles, creatures who sensed their surroundings with their earthbending. And so, with the help of her new friends, Toph, at age 4, had started to develop her earthbending prowess. Her eyes still couldn't see, but her other senses were keener than ever before. She longed to show everyone that she could take care of herself now, that she had honed her earthbending skills to the point that it was almost as though she weren't blind at all. But her circumstances hadn't allowed her to do so. Her parents feared for their blind daughter's well-being in this world at war, and they had protected her from the outside world through her childhood and teenage years, keeping her safe at all times and doing their best to keep her from getting involved in the fights she longed to take part in. But as soon as she became of age, she fled the Bafong estate and ran off as far as she could go, trying to land herself all the good combats she could find. Her parents sent Xianfu after her as soon as they realized she was gone. The man had struggled to catch up with her, following the few leads he had been able to find that would bring him closer to catching Toph. After a few months of playing cat and mouse, and after she had gotten aboard a ship as a stowaway, forcing Xianfu to find a ride across the ocean as well, he had finally found her in the Fire Nation capital. After an earthbending showdown, Xianfu realized he was nowhere near as talented a fighter as Toph was, so he proposed to get her as many fights as she wanted if she spared his life. Xianfu promised to send messages to the Bafongs, telling them he still hadn't found her, but in reality he would be sponsoring her in the Superior Gladiator League. Toph had given said proposal some thought before agreeing to it, for it was exactly what she wanted, after all. And thus, she started out her new life as a gladiator. Xianfu had no intentions to have her fight weaklings. He kept sending challenges to the strongest gladiators, but none of them accepted to fight a blind girl with no reputation to precede her. Thus, Toph had been forced to fight against gladiators in the lower branch of the ranking, in hopes that word about her prowess would spread quickly. But when the rumors about the princess's brand new Gladiator reached Xin-Fu's ears, he was confident he had finally found their ticket into stardom. A non-bender who had trampled with ease over his first opponent, but had scarcely triumphed on his second combat. The rumors said he had only won the second battle because of his privileged position as Princess Azula's fighter. With this in mind, Xin-Fu had instructed Toph to slay him in the arena to make sure they would take the victory home. Toph shrugged at his command, hardly bothered by it even when she had never killed anyone before. Regardless, when faced with his squirming shape and his shameful words, she thought there would be no glory at all in bringing such a loser to his end. She was still certain of that she had made the right decision, but now she was left standing by herself in the hallway, wondering if this would be the end of her career as a gladiator. She wasn't bound to be allowed to sponsor herself, even if she found the money to do it. Well, why are you all alone in this corridor? Toph didn't jump at the unfamiliar voice, but a frown spread over her features. She turned to where she sensed a man's presence. His vibrations told her he was stubby and plump, and judging by his voice tone, he seemed somewhat old. "Why do you care?" asked Toph, snarling. "Keep your fat nose in your own business, old geezer." The man let out a loud laugh, which surprised Toph. Why would he find amusement in her insults? "Ah, I meant you no disrespect," said the man. "But I saw your sponsor walking through the vestibule while muttering things that made me think you might need a new sponsor now." Toph's frown deepened. Xin-Fu did have a knack for talking to himself, which was one of the things that annoyed her about him. Regardless, that wasn't important anymore. There was an unknown man speaking to her, and even though she usually would have been irritated by strangers approaching her, this time she was far more curious than she was displeased by him. "I need a new sponsor," she asked. "Well, I figured you would. Didn't he drop you as his gladiator?" "He said he would, but that's not what I'm asking you," said Toph, moving away from the wall as she walked to where she sensed him. "What do you mean with a new sponsor?" "Oh, I thought that such a talented fighter would want to continue her career as a gladiator. When I heard your sponsor talking like that, I figured I could offer you the chance to fight as my own gladiator." Wait, what? Your gladiator?" she asked, frowning. She wasn't too sure about this. He was a total stranger to her. Should she take up on this offer? She had already struck bargains with the wrong kind of people before, and she'd hate to do it again. "I have the resources," said the man, smiling. "And I won't be pressing you on killing your opponents. You will have much freedom with me as your sponsor. We will go evenly at everything, too." Toph was shocked. She seemed at a loss for words for a moment, seeing how she was completely certain that this would end really badly for her, but his proposal was ridiculously tempting. She had nothing better to do anyways, she wasn't likely to get a better sponsorship offer, and she wasn't willing to relinquish the progress she had achieved as a gladiator if she had a chance to retain it. Word might reach her parents about what she was up to, now that Xin-Fu wouldn't be around to feed them false information, but she would enjoy her current freedom while it lasted. "What do you say, blind bandit?" said the man. "Well, I guess giving this a try won't hurt anyone," she said, shrugging. "Excellent. We must go change the information about your sponsorship, then," he declared, jovially. "Right, but first, who are you exactly, old man?" she asked, walking next to him as they both left the corridor. "Such a deep question," he said, chuckling. "But I assume you simply seek to know my name." "I have many names and titles, and I'm popularly known as the Dragon of the West, but my friends call me Iroh." Toph was stunned upon discovering his identity. The Fire Lord's brother was offering to serve as her sponsor? But she got over her initial surprise quickly as a smile spread over her face, to Iroh's content. The Fire Lord's brother indeed. "Oh, damn," she said, smirking as they headed to the vestibule. "This is gonna be good." Had she ever held her head between her hands in this manner? She couldn't recall if she had. Her fingers were digging into her soft black hair as she wondered if the anxiety she was feeling would subside sometime soon. After leaving Sokka in the care of the palace's medical staff, Azula had found herself at a loss for what to do. She had taken a bath, thinking that cleansing herself from the blood and sand he had soiled her with would help her calm down. Thankfully, the bath was useful enough and she felt a lot better once she was soaked up from head to toes. After she was done with that, her feet carried her back to the palace's hospital wing without her awareness. It seemed Sokka was still being treated, so there was nothing she could do right now but wait until the physicians updated her about his status. Hence, she had entered a nearby room and sat down on a couch, her head held up by her hands as she began reflecting on the current happenings. And the more thought she gave to the matter, the more she frowned, wondering what the hell had come over her only a few hours ago. She had carried an almost dead slave on her shoulders through the Grand Royal Dome's vestibule, in plain sight for every single attendant to the gladiator fights to see them. And this hadn't been the full extent of her bizarre procedures. Afterwards she had pulled him into her palanquin and had ordered her people to carry Sokka's limp body all the way to the palace, where he was getting the best treatment possible. She stopped before she began thinking about how rumors of her deeds would spread. She hated caring for what was being said about her, it merely weighed her down in her path to become the best version of herself that she could be. Still, her actions had likely shamed the royal family altogether. Her father would definitely not be pleased to hear of how his daughter had carried a slave in front of a huge crowd, refusing anyone else's assistance. Indeed, she had refused them. She had insisted on carrying Sokka on her shoulders, and the reason why she had done it was clear as day. He wasn't just a slave to her, he was her partner. Even though they kept squabbling and arguing, she couldn't deny there was a bond between them that went far beyond their differing opinions. He had disappointed her several times already, but despite it all, she had grown to trust him. He was her sole ally in a world where she could hardly trust anyone else. It was rather ironic, wasn't it? The man she trusted was the one who ought to have been her worst enemy if things had only developed differently somehow. He was a snow savage, she was the fire princess. It made no sense for the two of them to work together, but even so, they did. And after things had gone awry on their last encounter, he had gone all out on the blind bandit in an attempt to gratify her, to show her that he had grown into a better man, a man worthy of being sponsored by her. And that had taken him halfway to his grave. Angela gritted her teeth, ashamed of herself. True, she had wanted to teach him a lesson. She had wanted to make sure he would fight up to the standards she knew she could demand from a man like him. She had also been trying to snap his eyes open, show him she was his sponsor while he was nothing but a slave. If he did as he was told, things would go well for him. If he strayed from her orders, his life would be miserable. But all the lessons she had been trying to teach him by force had backfired on her now, and she was left doing nothing but wallowing in guilt as she wondered if Sokka would survive. She frowned as she started thinking about the situation more coldly. Why was she so worried? Why was she so guilty? He was truly nothing other than a slave. He had never been meant to become anything other than that. She should simply be worried about him being in a fit state to fight in less than 3 months, nothing more. He was her slave, he was supposed to be useful to her, she was only keeping him around to use him, after all. Angela sighed at those thoughts. She wanted to make herself believe them, but she knew that repeating them 1,000 times over and 1,000 times again wouldn't make them come true. He wasn't just a slave, he had never been just a slave, and even Sokka knew it. He had never behaved like a slave, he had always been looking down on her with his sneaky smirks, saying and doing things that embarrassed her deeply. And no regular slave would have gotten away with any of that. But there was something about him, there had been something about him ever since they first met. Even as enemies, he had spoken to her as if they were on equal standings. Now, as partners, he acted the same way. And the weirdest part was that she liked it. She enjoyed his company far more than she enjoyed being around any other men she could think of. Surely their views in the world were conflicting, but she had even spoken to him about matters that she had kept from the rest of the world, such as her turbulent relationship with her mother. He had coaxed the information out of her, almost without her awareness, and he had remained loyal to her. He hadn't spread word about the secrets that troubled her. Thus, she had grown to trust him. She had been willing to drop him as her gladiator not too long ago, but it had simply been a fit of frustration. She truly didn't want him gone, and she sure as hell didn't want him gone now. Sighs kept escaping her lips, knowing that having such a close relationship with her gladiator could prove truly dangerous in several ways. For one, everyone in the arena had witnessed her dragging Sokka, and that would likely damage her reputation terribly. And for another, there was Iroh to think about. They had been holding a silent quarrel against each other for as long as she could remember. She could only ever trust him to be completely untrustworthy, and clearly, he thought the same way about her. Yet he had witnessed her uncanny response when Sokka had been pummeled by the blind bandit. Iroh would probably be the first person to spread rumors about how she seemed to have a soft spot for a slave, and that would make everyone think she was more unfit to rule than they already did because she was a woman. And they'd still believe that her brother was the rightful heir to the throne. She knew Ozai had no intentions to hand over his crown to Zuko, not now, not ever, but after the way she had behaved today, she feared her father would be utterly disappointed in her. She had allowed her emotions to sway her, and he had always told her emotions were useless for a good sovereign. It was the reason why he had always shunned Zuko away, since he had the tendency to take everything to the heart, and to Ozai, that was a weakness no Fire Lord could allow himself to have. But maybe Zuko's 10 years at sea had changed him, and turned him into a better heir to their father than she could ever be. Maybe her chances to make a difference in this world had gone up in smoke far before she had known it. She gritted her teeth, feeling desperate. So all her efforts, all of what she had tried to achieve with Sokka's assistance, had been in vain, both because of Zuko's return and her display at the arena. Her struggle was over, she couldn't win anymore. What could she do now? What should she do? She shook her head and frowned suddenly. No, it wasn't over. No, her plans weren't finished just yet. Who was to say Zuko had matured at all after these 10 years? For all she knew, he would be even more of a crybaby than before. And there was only one way to find out if that was the case, wasn't there? Azula left the room where she had been sitting, and she turned her back on the healing chamber, and a pang of pain burst in her chest as she did. She could only hope Sokka would make it, but mulling over the matter now was pointless. It would do her no good to keep worrying about him when there was nothing she could do for him as she was. She had to get her mind off him, for her own good, and what better way to do it than by looking for her brother? She had to meet him for herself, to discover if her plans had been thwarted just as she feared. She didn't know if she would find him, since she didn't know if he had arrived to the palace yet. She looked into his room, a room that had been vacant for 10 years, and she caught sight of several bags of what could only be luggage in it. But despite that, Zuko wasn't inside. Azula wandered down the palace halls for a while, trying to think of a place her brother could have headed to. She didn't spot him near the Turtle Duck's pond, a place she felt bitter towards, but she knew Zuko used to like spending time there. Yet, was that the first place he would want to see when he got home for the first time in a decade? She figured not. She only had to think about it in this way to realize that Zuko would have, most likely, sought out a meeting with the Fire Lord. She gritted her teeth as she walked off to the main wing of the palace, the one that led to the throne room, certain that Zuko would be there. She walked inside it from the back doors behind the throne, but she was surprised to find the room was empty. Frowning, she crossed the room and walked out the curtains that served as doors, wondering if she had made a mistake while predicting Zuko's moves. She was pleased to discover she hadn't read her brother so wrongly. The royal gallery stood at the end of the hall that led up to the throne room. The paintings had never seemed particularly pretty to Azula, but their purpose wasn't to impress anyone with their beauty. The paintings of the Fire Lords had been drawn to show the power and supremacy of each ruler of the Fire Nation, and they would daunt anyone who stood to admire them if only for a moment. Azula could recall looking up at those paintings as a child. She would always imagine what it would be like when, one day, she would sit with the court painter and he would make the first artwork of a female Fire Lord. The first female Fire Lord, only because of her desires to obtain such a title she would look up at those figures often, trying to ignore how terrifying they were. No Fire Lord should be afraid of his forefathers' paintings. Zuko, on the other hand, hated them. Even when he was 13 years old, just before he got banished, he would avoid looking up at the paintings in the gallery. Perhaps it was the pressure of being the rightful heir to the throne, perhaps he was simply too scared of the creepy expressions in the faces of his ancestors. His fear of the paintings had prompted Azula to think he'd never come look at them, so she was truly surprised to discover otherwise. The man staring up at the pictures couldn't have been anyone other than Zuko. There was something awfully familiar about him, yet there was something unknown about him as well. He had his back turned towards the throne room, but even so, Azula could see how much he had grown. His black hair was held up in quite a long ponytail, and he was clad in a black armor with orange and red colorings on its edges. His hands were behind his back as he looked up at the latest addition to the gallery, Fire Lord Ozai's portrait. Azula frowned as she walked towards him, her heart pounding in her chest. Had Zuko grown into a man she wouldn't know anymore? She sure as hell hoped he hadn't, mostly for her own sake. She stopped a few meters away from him, knowing she would have to say something. Surely he had noticed her arrival, her footsteps should have tipped him off about her presence already. And so she tried to find the right words for this moment, even though she felt at a loss for them. Should she be glad her brother was back? Or should she be completely displeased about it? The conflicting emotions within her heart did nothing to make up her mind, so she figured she should just say whatever came most naturally to her. "Still afraid of them?" she asked, pleased to discover her voice was still steady and strong despite the latest happenings. Zuko hadn't been entirely certain of who had come up to him, but that renowned voice was unmistakable even if it was much more adult than how he remembered it. "Not really," said Zuko, lowering his eyes from his father's painting. "They're still intimidating, but I guess I missed looking at them." "Really?" asked Azula, raising an eyebrow. "What was to miss about them?" "It's not like I really missed the paintings," he replied. "I guess I missed the palace. It's good to be home." "It must be," was Azula's simple reply. He wasn't about to receive a warm welcome from her. "Did the years treat you kindly?" "I bet you'd like to hear otherwise," said Zuko, frowning. "As paranoid and distrustful as ever, Zuzu," said Azula, rolling her eyes. "Have you conveniently forgotten that I was the one to provide you with the ship and crew you used to travel through the world?" Zuko jumped at those words. "Right, you did," he muttered. Azula was surprised when he spun around towards her. The left side of his face had still been covered by bandages during the last time they had seen each other. This would be the first time that Azula would catch a glimpse of his damaged skin, and it was quite an astonishing sight to behold indeed. She immediately wondered if his left eye was still functional after the brutal burn it had been subjected to. Zuko himself was impressed by her as well. Despite knowing such a long time had passed, he had half expected to turn around and find the same 11-year-old he had called his sister so many years ago. Instead, he was facing a fully grown woman who seemed the doppelganger of their mother, Ursa. They stood staring at each other, both with distrust and surprise as they tried to recognize in each other the figure of a sibling they hadn't seen in a decade. Zuko sighed and looked down to the floor, making Azula frown. You're a lot older." "I'm astounded you noticed," said Azula, her voice ringing with irony as she rolled her eyes. "And here I was thinking you had grown too, but it seems you only did on the outside." Zuko glared at her, proving her point further. Time didn't seem to have touched his personality in the slightest, or so Azula thought. He truly was the same foolish boy her father had banished over his disrespectful attitude. "Yeah, sure," he grunted, folding his arms over his chest in a bitter manner. "How did your voyage go, then?" asked Azula, raising an eyebrow, knowing he longed to have someone ask him about it. It was long and useless," he said, making Azula frown. "So, you didn't find the Avatar," she said, simply stating facts. Zuko cringed as she reminded him of his failure. "I figured you hadn't. There have been no reports of the Avatar being sighted for over 100 years. It would have been an extremely lucky hit if you had found any hints of his whereabouts whatsoever." "Yeah, I didn't find him, you don't need to rub it in my face," he replied, annoyed. He had almost forgotten how hard it was for him to get along with his younger sibling. "I'm not rubbing anything. I'm just saying it only makes sense that you didn't find him," said Azula, shrugging. "So, there's nothing left of the Avatar? No clues at all about his fate?" "I found nothing," said Zuko, sulking. "I roamed through the entire world, sailed all the seas and searched every air temple. The only place I didn't go to was the Northern Water Tribe. It was too risky to approach them when the Fire Nation Navy was attacking them." "I see," muttered Azula, frowning. So the Avatar might have been reborn in the north and nobody would ever know. Had Zuko ever thought of this? Apparently not, and it didn't seem to be a good idea to tell him about it. Well, I suspected the Avatar cycle had been broken somehow. Perhaps the Avatar has ceased to exist altogether. Zuko nodded, although he still seemed distraught. He raised his head and looked at Angela again before staring at his surroundings, troubled. Everything's changed, he muttered, sadly. Angela frowned at those words. She hadn't needed further proof that her brother was the same he had always been, but his statement reaffirmed it to her once again. Right. Everything has changed, she said, matter-of-factly. Did you expect the world to halt while you sought the Avatar? It's been 10 years, Zuko. Nothing stays the same for such a long amount of time. I know, he said, sighing. But, everything just feels different. You're different, even though you're still you. Even the palace, it's all the same, but there's something I can't nail down about it. Angela let out an exasperated sigh. Would you stop being so dramatic for once? She asked. Zuko sighed again and looked up to her, his eyes showing conflicting emotions. Clearly, there was something he wanted to say, but he feared doing so. What? Angela uttered, frowning. There's one thing I need to know, he said, gritting his teeth as he brought forth the courage to ask his question. How is my? Angela hadn't expected him to inquire about her just yet, but she knew it had to happen eventually. She was surprised to find herself slightly unwilling to tell him, but, for his sake, the sooner he found out, the better. She's doing fine, I'd say, muttered Angela, lowering her gaze. She's dealing with her pregnancy quite well. Zuko's eyes fell at those words. It was the lowest blow he could have expected to receive. The pain in his eyes was such that Angela couldn't help but feel guilty at having caused him such anguish, but it had been necessary. It was the easy way for him to find out, even if he didn't realize it right now. What? What did you? I'm sorry, Zuko, said Angela. But she's been married for about a year now. They are expecting their firstborn in a few months. Zuko shook his head, unable to believe this. He had been holding on to a single hope during his return home, the hope that there would be one person waiting for him, not caring if he triumphed or failed, just waiting, but his expectations were proven wrong in the cruelest of manners. Married and pregnant. Why? He asked, gritting his teeth. Why didn't she wait for you? Asked Angela, raising an eyebrow. Be reasonable, Zuko. She didn't know if you'd ever come home. Fact is, nobody thought you would, not even you. You're here simply because Uncle miraculously convinced the council through his pleading to let you return, for no other reason. Zuko scowled, but he knew she was right. Who is he? He grunted. A man we met a few years ago on Ember Island, said Angela, frowning as she recalled the occasion. He and Mai spent some time talking and they got along very well. He proceeded to court her, and both their families agreed to their union. They were married last year. So it was, somewhat an arranged marriage. He asked, frowning. That's not what I said, Angela said, rolling her eyes. It was typical of Zuko to misinterpret her, he just heard what he wanted to hear. The families thought it was convenient, but they only got married because they truly wanted to. There's nothing more to it. Zuko frowned again, his nose wrinkling as he felt his chest hurt him horribly. This was truly the worst-case scenario for him, wasn't it? Stop making those faces, Angela nagged him. It looks as if you had stomach cramps. You just don't get it, okay? Said Zuko, shaking his head. You're always so perfect. Nothing ever bothers you, nothing affects you. You'd never know what this feels like because you're so flawless that you don't need anyone or anything. Angela frowned at those words. Under any other circumstances, she would have smirked and looked down upon Zuko's pain, but not today. Not after what had just happened in the arena, not after she had even shed tears over the fate of her gladiator. Yet Zuko knew nothing about that, and he was better off not knowing about it anyways. You're making too big a deal out of this, Zuko, said Angela, sighing. No, it's not just this, he said, grimacing and shaking his head. It's everything. Everything's different, everything's changed, she's changed. But then, there's that. There's what? Asked Angela, annoyed. She wanted to roll her eyes and walk away from her brother already. Talking to him seemed to be the greatest waste of time she could have gotten engaged in. There's that one thing that won't change, no matter what I do, he said, his gaze fixated in the floor. He won't see me? Angela was puzzled at first, but it didn't take too much time for her to connect the dots. What? She mumbled, as Zuko gritted his teeth before losing his temper. He won't see me. I came back, and I wanted to talk to him at once. But as soon as he heard I was coming, he stormed off from the throne room without a word. He won't see me because I failed, he won't accept his own son again because I'm a failure. Angela's eyes lit at her brother's confession. She didn't care for how cruel she would seem at relishing over Zuko's misfortune. The fact that Fire Lord Ozai had refused to meet with Zuko soothed her, for it meant that her hopes and dreams hadn't been shattered just yet. She was sure that Ozai hadn't heard about her strange behavior at the arena, but if fortune favored her, he would never find out. He was still shunning Zuko in the same manner as he always had, still treating him with distrust and disdain. Perhaps her battle wasn't lost yet, after all. He squirmed on the mattress as he regained his consciousness, but he immediately stopped moving when the pain made its way through him. It felt as if someone had dumped a 10 stories building on top of him, judging by how numb his entire body felt after whatever he had gone through. To be honest, he couldn't quite remember what had happened. All he knew was that even opening his eyes seemed too big an effort for him to make. Regardless, he managed to draw back his eyelids, and the daylight nearly blinded him for a moment, making him cringe. So, you're still alive, after all, said a familiar voice near him. Sokka's eyes were still getting adjusted to the morning light. He couldn't see anything properly, but he moved his head to his right, trying to take a look at the person who had spoken to him. He remained quiet for a moment, both because he was still unable to see properly and also because he didn't know if he would be able to speak at all. He felt as if he hadn't uttered a word in a lifetime. But as he finally managed to come to his senses, and his eyesight began working properly, he frowned slightly, although even such a simple motion made his head hurt. Was it just his imagination, or did the princess seem to be worried about him? Hey! Angela! He managed to mumble in mild disbelief. Was this a dream? Why would she be sitting beside him as he lay on a mattress? He had the feeling he had done something really shameful recently. It wasn't just their latest arguments, there was something more, but he couldn't quite remember it at the moment. Welcome back to life, she said. Would grinning at him serve any purpose? She rather doubted it, thus she had stopped halfway between smiling or not, and her face had simply contorted in a very strange grimace. How are you faring? He said, gritting his teeth. Speaking was a lot more troublesome than he had expected it to be. Feels like I got trampled by angry moose lions. Or something like that. I guess that's close enough to what happened, said Angela, crossing her arms over her chest. The palace's medical team has been taking care of you. They've done their best to heal you, though they decided not to try anything else until you woke up. So? I'm in the palace? He asked, closing his eyes as his head was suddenly struck by pain. Where else would you be? Angela replied, frowning. But, thanks to the look on his face and the questions he was asking, she figured out what his problem was. Have you forgotten what happened to you? I guess, said Sokka, raising his left hand to his forehead with far more efforts than he thought he would require to execute such a simple motion. It's a big blur. You fought against the blind bandit, explained Angela, scowling at the memory of the dreadful fight. She's the one who left you in this condition. Sokka groaned as he began recalling the events of the previous day. He remembered being buried alive at some point. He could also recall getting squashed inside a rock, which would explain why his entire body felt as if he had been pressed by some brutal force. And then he remembered someone had dragged him through the arena and laid him down someplace, but he couldn't recall much more than that. Still, he figured he didn't need to remember anything else. Sokka gave Angela a guilty glance before sighing and saying, I'm sorry. Angela's eyes snapped open at that. Again? What was he even apologizing for at this point? Why do you keep saying that? She asked, looking over at him with utter confusion. Why are you so sorry? I disappointed you, he said, gritting his teeth at every wave of pain that came over his body. You said that, if I slipped up one more time, this was it. But I screwed up anyway, so before you drop me as your fighter, I just wanted you to know that I'm sorry. Angela frowned at that. It seemed he would have wanted to talk more, but the pain wouldn't let him. You don't need to apologize for anything, then, she said, sighing. You haven't disappointed me. It was Sokka's turn to look at her as if she had lost her mind. What? But I was beaten. You lost against a girl who fought like a killer machine, said Angela. She wasn't about to give you any mercy. I was too far away to hear whatever it was you told her, but what you said, whatever it was, saved your life. And that's enough for me right now. Why? Asked Sokka, frowning. Why is that enough? Because you did your best, Sokka, said Angela, sighing. It wasn't as if you'd lost because of a petty performance, you lost because that girl started to fight like a madwoman ever since you hit her for the first time. Even I would have struggled to defeat her. Why you think? He asked, smiling slightly even though it wasn't easy to lift the corners of his mouth. Well, that might have been an overstatement, said Angela, imagining the way such a fight would have developed. Perhaps I wouldn't have had it too easy, but I'm confident I would have won anyways. Which makes me unfit to be your gladiator, right? He asked, his smile fading away. What makes you? Do you want me to drop you, by any chance? Asked Angela, raising her eyebrows inquisitively. And not at all, but... he said, stopping as he realized he actually didn't want to stop serving as her gladiator. Why not? He had no clue. Maybe if she dumped him, and if she decided to be merciful, she would spare him of all the fighting and would agree to take him down to the South Pole, but he truly didn't want that, not at this point. He had made a vow to her that he would fight until he became the first fighter in the Superior Gladiator League, and he wanted to keep to his promise. It was what a man of honor would do, after all. But what? Asked Angela, sighing in annoyance. Sokka, what happened out there wasn't your fault, and it wasn't mine either. There was no way we could have known that a blind girl like her would turn out to be such a fearsome opponent. Angela was taken aback by her own words. She wouldn't let Sokka see that she felt quite guilty for having forced him to face against the bandit out of spite, but she was right, there had been no way either of them could have known the girl would turn out to be so deadly. Well, there you have it, he said, chuckling. We were the ones who underestimated her. No, underestimating or not isn't the issue here, said Angela, shaking her head. Even if we had estimated her properly, you would have lost regardless. You need more training before facing foes of such a high level. Care to explain me how is that going to happen? Asked Sokka, clenching his teeth. I'm already at Pandaeo's league, right? Because I can fight him evenly now, how am I going to get any better now? I'm willing to bet he would have some useful advice for you about fighting earthbenders, said Angela. He has a lot of experience, and at some point in his life he must have fought against foes with powers similar to this girl's skills. I rather doubt she's really the best earthbender in the world. And what if she is? Asked Sokka, gulping. If there was at least one undefeatable foe in the ranking, their original goal would fade away into darkness. Angela frowned before shaking her head. She had always overcome all limits others had imposed upon her. She refused to surrender just because a new obstacle had gotten in their way. We'll figure that out later. For now, you only need to focus on getting better. Until you're fit to fight, there's no point in wondering if we'll ever defeat her. Right? Said Sokka, staring at Angela with some distrust. There was something about this soothing conversation that he couldn't quite understand. Why are you being so nice to me? Angela was startled by his question. She looked down at him, a mild blush appearing on her cheeks. I mean, all these days I kept annoying you. He said. And I got to your bad side, more times than I can count, so, why? Why couldn't he just let things go? Why did he find the need to pester her about questions she didn't want to answer? Especially when she hardly even understood the answer herself. "You're my gladiator," was her response, making him open his eyes widely at that sudden remark. It wasn't as if she were simply stating a fact, there was a certain undertone to her words that impressed Sokka immediately. "And that makes you, it makes you my partner, too. We're a team, Sokka. We have fallouts all the time, I won't deny it, and at times I wish I had gone anywhere but to Huiyi to find a gladiator suitable for me. But, truth to be told, you're the right fighter for me. I don't even know why it feels this way, all I can say is that it just does. I'm stuck with you even if things are a mess between us at most times. And you're stuck with me too, whether you like it or not." Sokka was surprised by Azula's pronouncement on the subject, but he smiled at her words. So, it wasn't over. Their strange partnership still continued, and he was truly relieved to know it. Azula gave him a weak smile too before standing up from the chair she had been sitting on. "Where are you? I should inform the physicians of your awakening," she said, looking down at his bandage-covered figure. "It seems like you're in a world of pain, so it would be better to have them tend to you now." "Right," said Sokka, nodding and making his head ache worse at that. "Damn. What?" "It's nothing," he said, trying to give her a reassuring smile even though he couldn't quite conjure one. "I'll see you later, I guess. Make sure to be as helpful as you can be with your recovery," said Azula. "It would be convenient for us to head to Shujing as quickly as possible." "Yeah," said Sokka, looking at the ceiling for a moment, wondering what his master would say once he heard about the result of his fight this time. He then turned his head to the side to convey one last thought to her. "Azula." But the princess was no longer in the room. Sokka sighed, even though his bones cringed at the movement. He sure needed a good healing session right away, hopefully those physicians would make it here quickly. He looked up again, still thinking about her, about all of what she had said and done for him these last 2 days. And even though he knew she wouldn't hear him, he muttered, "Thank you." Chapter 19, Introduction 19. The next days were hellish for Sokka. His only functional limb was his left arm, and he couldn't even move it properly at first. The painkillers he was given by the palace physicians were hardly any use, and even though there were times when his ache would subside, allowing him to drift into a momentarily peaceful sleep, the pain would return at full force only a few moments afterwards. He was lying in bed, twitching and whining at all times. Azula came by to visit him whenever the physicians decided to give him a break from the healing, and she seemed to believe that, if he was strong enough to complain, there definitely had to be some improvement to his status. Sokka disagreed strongly, but the fact that he was able to bicker with her only served to prove her point. His meals were quite unpleasant at first, mostly because the damage in his inner organs was hard to assess. Eventually he was allowed to eat as he pleased, once it was clear that the fight had mostly damaged his bones and skin. The wound on his right shoulder was by far the worst one, even after his skin and muscles had been sewed together. He was certain that the fever he kept suffering from was a consequence of that particular injury. Due to the depth of the wound, the physicians decided to focus most their treatment upon it, but all the ointments to accelerate the healing process induced so much pain that Sokka feared they were damaging him rather than helping him heal. Damn it, it's no use," he said, panting as he tried to ball up a fist with his right hand, but he stopped his motions when a bolt of pain had ran down his arm. "There's no point in forcing your recovery," said Azula, frowning as she watched him sternly. "It's been 4 days, you can't expect to be fully functional so quickly." "Well, damn, I should be," said Sokka, sighing. "For how much longer am I supposed to waste time lying around in bed?" "Your body is still very weak," said one of the doctors tending to his wounds as he applied more curative herbs to Sokka's shoulder. "At the very least, you have an entire month of treatment ahead of you before you can start thinking about returning to the Gladiator arena." "A month?" said Sokka, grimacing, and not because of the pain. That's too much. Try not to get your body smashed next time, then," said the doctor cruelly, earning himself a glare from Azula. Physicians had a knack for being rather harsh towards their patients. At Azula's scowl, the man coughed and turned around to leave, seeing how he had nothing else to do with Sokka, and Angela was considerably terrifying when she was mad. Very well, then, if you'll excuse me now. Both Angela and Sokka followed him with their eyes as he left the room nervously. I don't remember all too well right now, but I think you mentioned I have to be back in the ring within a certain period of time or else I'll be disqualified, right? He asked her, raising an eyebrow. Indeed, said Angela, sighing. The time span is of 3 months. If you don't return by then, you'll be out of the business for an entire year before you can get back to fighting. A year. He gasped, surprised. We don't want that, do we? Muttered Angela, frowning, deep in thought. No, not at all, said Sokka, his left hand curling up in a fist. If his recovery took longer than 3 months, he would wind up delaying his imminent return to the Water Tribe for another year. Then do us both a favor and don't force your recovery recklessly, said Angela, looking at him now. Pushing yourself over the limits won't help you, it might get you in even worse shape. So please, don't do it. I wouldn't have thought you'd be so worried about me, princess. He said, smirking suggestively at her. Why, I'm relieved to see you've regained your stupidity, at the very least, she replied, making him wince. That was mean, Angela. I'm badly wounded, you know. He said, moving in bed as he got overly enthusiastic with the subject, but his pain forced him to sit back down as he gritted his teeth, holding back a howl of agony to avoid embarrassing himself before the princess. The one who doesn't seem to recall you're wounded is you, said Angela, rolling her eyes as he bit his lower lip and leaned down on the soft pillows of his mattress. Sadly, the pain reminds me of it every single time I try to forget about it. He said, his chest heaving with every breath he took. The sight of her injured gladiator made Angela frown with worry. Could he be ready in 3 months? She would seek to confront him with a weak opponent, but even doing that could bring forth horrid consequences if he wasn't fully healed by the time he returned to the arena. But her musings were interrupted when the door swung inwards suddenly, startling both the princess and the gladiator. Oh, my! Squealed a familiar voice. You poor thing. Ty Lee stood at the threshold for a moment, aghast to see Sokka's deplorable state. She approached him hastily, gazing at the Water Tribe man with horror in her eyes. You're so badly hurt, this is so awful. How are you holding? She spoke hurriedly, as Mai entered the room behind her. But before Ty Lee could come any closer, Angela stretched her arm in front of her, forcing her to halt her advance and stopping her from flinging herself at Sokka. The other 3 people in the room stared at the princess in surprise. Sokka looked at her, not understanding what was this new protective knack she had developed towards him. Ty Lee was plainly dumbfounded, and Mai raised an eyebrow, analyzing Angela's unusual behavior silently. Angela? Asked Ty Lee, eyeing her with caution. He's injured, as you can plainly see, she stated, not looking at anyone or anything. Don't fling yourself at him like that, will you? You'll only worsen his condition. Oh, sorry, said Ty Lee, taking a few steps back and smiling awkwardly. Angela lowered her hand then, folding her arms over her chest. She kept the usual stern look on her face, without any blushes that betrayed her true intent. Regardless, the other people inside the room couldn't help but find her behavior to be suspicious. How did this happen? Asked Mai, to Angela's relief. Despite she remained firm in her act, and doing her best to make it seem as if she had been protective rather than jealous, she was quite irritated by the confused stares the others were giving her. It's obvious, isn't it? She retorted. But, how? Asked Ty Lee, her eyes blazing as she looked at Sokka with concern. He's been trained by Piandao, and he had always been so strong. Clearly, someone was stronger than him this time, said Mai, looking at Sokka's bruised and scratched body. Who did this to you? It was a very tough earthbender. Said Sokka, gulping as he intentionally left out the defining features of his last opponent. Really? Asked Ty Lee, surprised. Yes, a tiny, blind, female earthbender, said Angela, making Sokka glower at her as the other 2 looked at her in shock. A blind girl? Asked Mai. How could a blind girl beat him so badly? I have no idea, said Sokka, fuming now. Before I knew it, I was fighting for my life. I didn't have much time to figure out how she did it. But, a tiny blind girl injured you like this? Said Ty Lee, worried. She was the worst challenge I've ever faced, said Sokka, sighing. The deadliest foe I've met, and I'm including her on that list, he muttered, pointing at Angela with his left hand. Oh, really now? Asked Angela, glaring at him. From what I recall, I managed to reduce you to your worst possible shape in less than 15 minutes and with, what was it, 2 or 3 blows only. Not to mention you were supposed to have the advantage in that environment. Should I add that the doctors say you'll take a few months to recover? Yet you're still facing the consequences of fighting me. Care to say which fight was worse now? Why so defensive, princess? He asked, raising his eyebrows inquisitively at her. I'm merely proving my point, she grunted, their eyes colliding again as they defied each other through fierce looks. Could you two keep your pointless fights to yourselves? Said Mai, sighing. I didn't come all this way to mourn over him losing against a blind girl. Angela's attention turned to her friend. Mai was looking at her with an inquisitive quality in her eyes. I've heard rumors, said Mai. People are saying he's back. Is it true? Yeah, some gossip about that reached me too. Said Ty Lee, biting her lower lip. Sokka stared at them with confusion, seeing how he was the only person in the room who had no idea what they were talking about now. Angela took a deep breath before speaking. Indeed, he's back. He returned empty-handed, but he returned regardless. Ty Lee winced at that. She knew little about the issues regarding royal honor and whatnot, but she was certain that failing on such an important mission wasn't good news for anyone, especially for the Fire Lord's son. I see, said Mai, her face growing clouded with concern. Where can I find him? Where can she find who, exactly? Asked Sokka, his confusion growing more with every waking moment. What's going on? We're talking about Zuko, Angela's brother, said Ty Lee. He returned home not long ago. Wait, he's back. Said Sokka, surprised. And you didn't tell me? The disappointed look in his eyes took Angela aback. Why did he think she should have told him? Zuko's return wasn't that important overall. Why would it matter so much to him? Was I supposed to? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, it's kind of a big deal, isn't it? He asked, confused. I don't see why it would be a big deal for you, you don't even know him, said Angela, looking at him warily. In any case, he might be in his room. Still, I've only seen him once since he arrived, so I don't know his whereabouts for certain. But he's definitely in the palace someplace. You can go look for him, if you want to. I'll do that, then, said Mai, nodding before turning around and leaving the room without another word. I thought of seeing Zuko for myself now, but I'll wait until Mai's turn is over, said Ty Lee after Mai closed the door behind her. A wise choice, perhaps too wise coming from you, said Angela, with a devilish smirk. Hey! Ty Lee protested, although she was already used to the way the princess had fun at her expenses. Oh, never mind, say, why was that blind girl so hard to defeat? I mean, you're tough as you are, and you always made cool plans to beat your enemies. So, how come? Did she outsmart you? It's hard to explain, said Sokka, his mood dampening at the mention of the subject again. She was just, extremely powerful. Being blind wasn't a handicap for her at all. But if she's blind, she can't see? Said Ty Lee. Yeah, that's what makes blind people blind, said Sokka, starting to understand why Angela made so much fun of the girl's wits. I meant, if you threw something at her, she wouldn't have seen it coming, said Ty Lee. Oh, yeah, I thought about that, said Sokka, sighing. Long-distance combat should have been the trick, and it worked when I threw my boomerang at her. But then she sank it into the sand and my boomerang. He squealed, jumping on the bed and making his entire body ache as he did. Ow, damn it. Where's my boomerang? Well, said Ty Lee, at a loss for what to say. Angela. Sokka called the princess, taking both girls by surprise by his familiarity towards her. Where is? What happened to my boomerang? Would you calm down? She exclaimed, shaken by his outburst. I don't have a clue, really. It sank in the sand, so, it's probably still there. What? Sokka squeaked, his voice higher than ever before. But. My boomerang. Why didn't you get it? Oh, gee, I wonder. Said Azula, rolling her eyes as she glowered at him. So carrying your almost dead body through the arena wasn't enough of a feat, no. I was supposed to fetch your silly toy as well. How dared I forget something so important? Sokka wanted to retort before realizing how unreasonable he was being. She had carried him, on her own. He towered over her easily, he was pretty well built and no longer underfed. The princess must have made quite the effort to carry him as she had. He sighed and looked away for a moment, slightly ashamed of himself. Sorry for that, but the sarcasm wasn't necessary, he muttered, flushing slightly upon his reply. Apparently, it was, said Azula, still glaring at him. I doubt you would have gotten the message through any other means. Sokka pouted for a moment. He should be used to Azula being so hard on him, but at times her words felt harsher and colder than dumping a bucket of ice over his head. Well. I do appreciate what you did for me, a whole lot, he said, gulping. But, is there any chance you can get my boomerang now? What? She said between gritted teeth. It's my boomerang, you know. He said, sighing before looking at her with those huge blue eyes, begging her to go along with his request. I'd go get it myself, honestly, but you know I can't right now, so, pretty please. Pretty? Said Azula, looking at him with disbelief. What the hell is the matter with you? Who says pretty please in this time and age? I guess, me. He insisted, still looking at her in the same manner. If he could have gotten away with it, he would have knelt down and hugged her knees to intensify his pleading, but he wasn't able to move his legs just yet. Azula was disgruntled by Sokka's current behavior, knowing he was simply trying to convince her to follow fit with his wishes by looking at her with such eyes. But how could she refuse him? It wouldn't hurt to drop by at the arena to ask where his boomerang might be. Something must be seriously wrong with me, she said, shaking her head as she averted her gaze from his. Then, you'll do it? He asked, his eyes lit up with hope now. She grunted, looking at him from the corner of her eye. I hate you, damn it. That means you'll do it. Yes. You're the best sponsor ever. He squealed, almost starting a strange celebration dance before the pain reminded him to keep still. And you're the worst gladiator ever, she replied, although this claim didn't help her ruin his high spirits. Don't pull anything weird on him while I'm gone, Tylee. Oh, I won't, no worries, said the girl, who had remained silent as she enjoyed watching the spat between Azula and Sokka as she would have watched a theater play. Thanks, Azula. Sokka called out as the princess stormed away from the room, relieved to get away from him and his enticing blue gaze. He had no idea why his feet had dragged him towards the fountain in the outer yard so many times now. It was a somewhat special place for him, but visiting it every day would only deepen his current heartache. Had she forgotten about him altogether? Had she truly moved on? Was she happy with her husband? He couldn't believe she would be. They had always been meant to be together, always. They were soulmates, there was a bond between them he couldn't explain to anyone, or had he been imagining things? Perhaps he had felt this way, and she hadn't. She probably didn't remember him anymore. Little did he know that she had actually come looking for him. Mai had given some thought to Zuko's likely location, and she had the hunch he might have come to the fountain in which they had fallen together so many years ago. It had been a silly joke back then, but their relationship had become so much deeper thanks to that event. Mai didn't just drop by at the palace to see Azula after that. She had started to spend more time with Zuko and he enjoyed her company far more than he thought he would. She used to be his sister's friend, now she was his friend too. And there was the chance they could be so much more, but he had been banished for speaking without permission, and their blossoming relationship had been doomed. Mai stood a few meters away from him, her eyes fixated on his fallen shoulders. He looked defeated. Would he be able to move on? Could they remain friends despite it all? She couldn't hold back a sigh as she wondered if this conversation would be any use. When was the last time you gave your hair a trim? She asked, her voice steady despite the anxiety twisting up inside her. Zuko jumped at her voice. His back stiffened as his breathing grew agitated. He turned around in slight haste, his eyes alight with hope. It only pained him further to realize the girl had become even more beautiful after all this time. Her belly bump even enhanced her splendor. Whereas he was a mess. He didn't miss the way her eyes studied his features, especially the scar over his left eye. Zuko had momentarily forgotten that she hadn't seen his wound before. He lifted a hand as if to cover the flaw on his face, but halfway there he realized there was no point in covering the scar once she had already seen it. Why yeah, he muttered, trying to find an answer to her question. It's been a long time since I cut it. I can tell, she said, eyeing him with concern. She was still looking at the scar over his eye. Zuko usually hated it when others looked at him in this manner, but he didn't mind so much if Maya was the one to do it. Does it still hurt you? At times, rasped Zuko, looking down. It's not as bad as it used to be, but it's said that burns never stop being painful. I've heard, said Mai, sighing. How did your trip go? Did the crew treat you well? Not really, said Zuko, shrugging. I never got along too well with them. I've never gotten along too well with anyone, for that matter. You know that's not true, said Mai, finally lowering her eyes as well. Zuko eyed her with uncertainty, glad to see she hadn't forgotten about the bond between them, but still doubtful. If she hadn't forgotten, why was she with another man? Azula, she told me about your marriage, he said, hardly finding the strength to utter that last word. Is it true? Why would she lie about it? Asked Mai, raising an eyebrow. Well, it's Azula, he said, shrugging. She likes making me miserable, so. What use would there be in making you miserable when you've only just returned home? Asked Mai. What use was there in making me miserable all those years ago? Asked Zuko, folding his arms over his chest. She was a child, and so were you, Mai replied. She's grown a lot in these 10 years. Has she, now? Asked Zuko, grimacing. Azula had seemed the same annoying younger sibling she had always been when they had spoken in the gallery. In any case, she didn't lie, said Mai, looking down at the ground. And you can see that clearly enough. Her hand caressed her prominent womb. Zuko grit his teeth as he felt his chest split with worse pain than any he had ever experienced before. That child, it should be his. He should be the one she was married to. Why had the spirits toyed around with his fortune? Why couldn't anything work the right way in his life? Is he a good man? He asked, his fists balling up and shaking as he tried to restrain his temper. He wanted to yell at her, to ask her for an explanation for why she hadn't waited for him, to tell her that the man she was with couldn't have anything on him. Mai could see the pain in his eyes even though his long bangs were covering his face slightly. He had shaved his head partially before leaving on his long travels, but it seemed he had found no point in sporting such a strange hairdo after some time. He had allowed his hair to grow unevenly, while still keeping the longest strands tied up in a ponytail. Zuko. I'm sorry, she said, bowing her head. Zuko jumped at her apology, never expecting her to speak those words. I understand you must be shaken up, since nothing is the way it used to be before you left, and I'm sorry that you expected me to give you something I couldn't deliver. Still, Ruanjian is a good man. He's a wonderful husband, and I'm certain he will be a great father also. Zuko had to struggle to keep the tears of rage and frustration from leaving his eyes. Just as you will be, continued Mai, making him look at her in surprise. What? He stuttered, looking at her with disbelief. I'm sure you'll be a great husband and father one day, Zuko, she said, looking up to him and letting him see that it also pained her to accept they would never be together. For another woman, and other children, and that woman will be the luckiest girl in the world to have a man like you. Why yeah, sure, he said, and she didn't miss the disbelief in his voice. Zuko. Mai, he said, looking at her with intensity. Their eyes were locked together for a moment before he found the courage to speak again. Does he Make you happy? Are you happy with him? A part of her wanted to lie, just out of curiosity. She wanted to know how far he would be willing to go for her sake if he thought she was unhappy, but she wasn't a child anymore. She wouldn't ruin her life with her husband over a silly whim. Maybe she loved Zuko, but she had grown to love her family above anything else. Yes, she declared, and his eyes fell at her statement. I am happy, Zuko. And that was it. It was the wake-up call he needed to realize his life would never be what he wanted it to be. His father would never let him become Fire Lord. The girl he had loved and trusted had been taken from him when he hadn't been around. What was left for him? What was he supposed to do with his life now? He was just a hollow prince, a failure. There was nothing left for him anymore. His life had been ruined. Still, he found the courage within himself to give Mai a smile. Both of them knew his smile was dishonest, that he truly felt like crying rather than grinning. I'm glad, he said, nodding. I'm glad that he makes you happy. That's all there is to it, right? It's what matters the most. Zuko. I hope your child is strong and brave, he said, still smiling. Just like his mother. Thanks for talking to me. It was good seeing you again, after all this time. Mai knew this was her cue to leave, despite her heart was begging her to run to him and embrace him. Still, she knew how inappropriate that move would be, so she just nodded, knowing she was better off staying far from Zuko from now on. He had to heal the wounds she had inflicted upon his heart, and being around her would only injure him further. It was good seeing you also, Zuko, she said. I suppose we'll see each other around. Why yeah, once in a while, he replied, trying to shrug carelessly. Thanks for understanding, Zuko, said Mai, sighing. She knew how hard it had to be for him to relinquish all the dreams he used to have about the two of them being together, but he had to accept they would never come true, just as she had accepted it when she had decided to start a new life with Ruan Jian. Farewell. Yeah. He mumbled, as she turned around and walked into the palace again. He couldn't hold the tears once she was gone. He sat at the edge of the fountain, feeling even more crushed and miserable than before upon acknowledging that his fate wouldn't be anything like what he had always imagined it would be. Angela spent the entire trip on the palanquin wondering why she had accepted to fulfill Sokka's request. She didn't know how to gather the courage she needed to walk into the Grand Royal Dome after her shameful display not too long ago. She didn't want to face the questioning looks she would be given by the gossipy people who attended the gladiator fights often. Some might even make fun of her. Well, they'd better not. She was the princess, after all, and there would be dire consequences for such disrespect. She stepped off the palanquin once they arrived to the arena and she stopped to look up at the building ahead before walking to it. Is everything all right, princess? Asked the captain of her royal guard, concerned. Yes, captain, she replied. Wait here. I'll be back shortly. Understood, princess, he replied, bowing curtly at her as she walked up the steps that would lead her to the gates of the Grand Royal Dome. The men at the double doors opened them at once when they saw Angela approaching them. She didn't acknowledge their presence or anyone else's for that matter. She simply strode towards Shoji's counter, her head held up high proudly. Still, she couldn't ignore the way she was attracting everyone's eyes. Angela was certain she wasn't imagining things when several people in the vestibule looked at her in awe, some even smiled at her, making her discomfort grow even further. It seemed the distance between the door and Shoji's counter was longer than she imagined, seeing how it felt like it had taken her ages to get to reach the boy. Good day, Shoji, she said, startling him and making him put down the scrolls in his hands. Princess. He gasped, surprised at seeing her. I'm so glad to see you. I'm sorry about what happened to your gladiator. Spare me that nonsense of an apology, it's not as if you had anything to do with it, she said, rolling her eyes. And no, I guess I didn't. He muttered. But I could have done more research on the bandit and told you not to fight her if I had known she was so deadly. Well, I won't deny that would have been helpful, said Angela, shrugging. But it's useless to say that at this point. The fight is done, there's nothing more to it. I suppose not, said Shoji, sighing. Is he okay, though? The blue wolf. He's alive, said Angela. He will be fine in a few months' time, according to the palace's physicians. In any case, I didn't come here to update you on his status, I came here to... Angela interrupted herself when someone else approached the counter. A kid was looking up to her with wide eyes, making her frown down at him. She had no idea how to deal with children. Joe. See, come here, silly boy, said his mother, a chubby woman of dark brown hair, who took the kid by the arm before looking up at the princess and giving her a kind smile. Please excuse his behavior, princess. Angela didn't say a word. Since when did peasants like that woman smile at her? Don't mind them, said Shoji, chuckling as the woman walked away with her child. It seemed he understood why so many people were acting in such an unusual manner. What were you saying, princess? Right, I came here to find my gladiator's boomerang, she said, struggling to focus on the issue at hand. Where can I find it? Oh, it's likely in one of the storages on the back. Did it fall in the sand during the fight? It sank in it, to be precise, said Angela, sighing. Well, it's still likely back there, said Shoji. The staff arena always check the sand after a day of fighting, and every object they find, they leave in the storages. Wait here, I'll go get it right away. Fine, make it quick, said Angela, wanting to leave the Grand Royal Dome as fast as possible. The muttering in the vestibule only increased her unease as she awaited Shoji's return. She had expected people to disdain her after what had happened during Sokka's last fight, but this was a notch beyond what she had anticipated. The way that kid had looked at her, something about this wasn't right. She looked at the people on her left from the corner of her eye, and again, they were looking at her as they muttered amongst themselves. What was going on here? Here. It wasn't hard to find, said Shoji, bringing the blue boomerang with him. There you go, princess. Shoji. She muttered, anxious now. What's going on here? Why are they looking at me like that? Oh, you mean, you don't understand, huh? He said, smiling. If you'd been around for longer, you'd get it. What do you mean? She asked, frowning. Well, the way you carried your gladiator the other day, everyone was impressed, he said, beaming. What? They were impressed. Angela's frown deepened at that. What was there to be impressed about? You see, it was something most unusual, said Shoji. When gladiators lose, their sponsors are upset and angry, they even leave them to die at times as if to make them pay for their failure, but you didn't. Angela was confused now. If that was the usual behavior, why would people be impressed rather than displeased? You're the princess, you have lots of servants and slaves, said Shoji. You had no reason to carry him after he lost as he did. But you still did, and with this you taught everyone a lesson about something they had no idea existed. What was that? Asked Angela, also unaware of whatever lesson she had supposedly taught the people of the arena. That sponsors should treat their gladiators honorably, of course, said Shoji, beaming. Angela was startled at that sudden assertion. She had treated Sokka honorably? She was certain it had been the other way around. Most people treat slaves like inferior people, said Shoji. It's a generally accepted notion that they are. But gladiators, they're not just people who pour the drinks of the noblemen and give them bubble baths. They're the ones who walk out into a sandpit representing their sponsors and fighting for them. But rarely are they thanked for their performances. Sponsors still treat them as if they were nothing more than the average slave, not caring for their efforts, not respecting them as the fighters they truly are. But you're the princess, and you've set such a great example by respecting and honoring your gladiator. Angela frowned and looked around the vestibule. She truly hadn't imagined it, then, people were still smiling at her, gazing at her with admiration. It didn't make much sense to her still, but it was truly a relief that her actions were seen under a better light than she thought they would be. I didn't think people would be pleased by that, she muttered, turning towards Shoji again. Why wouldn't they have been pleased? Asked Shoji. You stood by the sidelines, waiting until the time limit was over. No matter if your gladiator seemed to be near his death, you abided by the rules and allowed him to fight until the end. And then you went to him, and rather than shaming him, You saved him with your own hands. Everyone's amazed. Well, to be honest, not everyone. What do you mean? Asked Angela, raising an eyebrow. Well, you see, your gladiator has become an icon of some sort, he said, chuckling. Well, both of you, really. People are making a fuss over you two being the best gladiator and sponsor combination even when you lost, and it's because you stood by him as you would have done with a fellow warrior in a battlefield or so. It looks like an amazing partnership. Many sponsors have grown to admire what you did, and their points of view on the gladiator business have changed. But, there are others who think that what you did was offensive to them. How come? Is it because they would have preferred it if I had left my gladiator to his death? Asked Angela, folding her arms over her chest. It's what they would have done. They're just angry since you make them look bad, said Shoji, laughing. And that only makes you even more famous, princess. You were already pretty interesting before because you're the first girl to sponsor a gladiator, and you're the princess, of course, but now you're making a breakthrough in the business like no one else has done before. You're revolutionizing the gladiator establishment. Angela's eyebrows moved higher and higher as the boy spoke. She was doing what, now? Anyways, here, said Shoji, handing her the boomerang. I hope the blue wolf improves soon, there are many challenges awaiting him. Really? Asked Angela, surprised, taking the weapon in her hand and discovering it was a little heavier than she had thought it would be. I meant it when I said you guys had become famous now, he said, chuckling. You're really popular. About 5 or 6 sponsors have sent challenges for you, there are lots of people asking about when you will fight again. Everyone is eager to see the princess and her gladiator in action again. Huh. Angela hummed, deep in thought. Very well, then. Thanks for the information, Shoji. I'll return when my gladiator is ready to get back in the sand. Sure thing. I'll be right here, as always. He said, beaming. Angela walked towards the exit, followed by many pairs of eyes again. She could make out some of what they were muttering, and it seemed they were amazed to see she had come all the way to the arena to retrieve the blue wolf's weapon herself. She didn't miss their awe, although she still couldn't make heads or tails out of it. She was certain her deeds had simply been shameful, but it would seem several people thought otherwise. She climbed aboard her palanquin without a word, and soon enough she was being carried back to the palace. She couldn't understand how her actions had been interpreted in the way they had been, seeing how the Fire Nation citizens weren't ones for pity and respect for slaves, but it worked to her advantage if they were suddenly growing softer. People were starting to acknowledge her for something other than being her father's daughter. She smirked at that thought. She had been certain she had ruined her plans completely after Sokka's fight against the blind bandit, but it seemed her assumptions were wrong, and she was pleased to know she had been mistaken for once. She couldn't accept any of the challenges Sokka had gotten at the moment, but they were proof that her name and her gladiators were starting to become renowned through the Superior League, just as she had wanted them to. Only time would tell if they could be able to retain the attention they had earned. By the time Angela returned to Sokka's room, Ty Lee was already gone. Sokka was napping lazily, his mouth slightly open as a trail of saliva descended over his chin. Angela frowned at the sight, wondering if the snow savage could show no manners even while he was asleep. She woke him by pushing his head with the tip of the boomerang. Sokka opened his eyes groggily, unaware of what had woken him until Angela pressed the weapon to his chest, making him snap his eyes wide open before shouting. Boomerang! Oh, damn, I missed you! He said, clasping it with his left hand and hugging it with one arm. Angela seemed slightly uncomfortable by his reaction, although he failed to notice that. Reunited once again, the man and his better half, she said, rolling her eyes. Make sure you don't tell Boomerang you forgot about him for 4 days. Why yeah. I won't, he muttered, slightly embarrassed. He hadn't quite registered she was in the room. I don't get it, really, said Angela, raising an eyebrow. What's with this boomerang of yours? It's old and dented, you could make a better one if you just put yourself to the task. I won't do that, he replied, growing stern all of a sudden as he looked at the boomerang in his hands. I can repair it if it's needed, but I'm not replacing it. My father gave it to me a long time ago, and it was always one of my most prized possessions even when I was still living in the water tribe. I can't relinquish it, not now, not ever. Angela froze. Only now did she realize she knew very little about Sokka's past, and it was strange that he seemed comfortable sharing his stories with her, of all people. I see now. She muttered, still surprised by the trust he seemed to have developed towards her. Was it hard to find it? He asked. Not particularly, said Angela, absent-mindedly. Good, then, said Sokka, eyeing her with concern. You okay? Yeah, it's just. She mumbled, brushing away her thoughts quickly. It's nothing. Don't mind me. Everything went well over at the arena. Good to know, said Sokka, sighing as he rested his back on his cushions. I bet I've fallen back in the ranking, haven't I? I didn't bother asking, said Angela. I rather doubt your position in the ranking is so important, seeing how you defeated a man who was 234th, yet a girl who was just 412th destroyed you. We should care more about our rivals themselves than about their position. You have a point, said Sokka. But there's no use worrying about any of those things until I'm better. Indeed, agreed Angela. So how about you just focus on getting better for now? Sokka flashed her a grin and nodded positively. Angela stood up and got ready to leave the room, but Sokka managed to stop her this time. Hey, Angela, he said, prompting her to turn around and face him. Thanks for everything you've done for me lately. I mean it, thanks. She walked away without another word, making Sokka's heart sink slightly. He wasn't aware that she had stormed off just to avoid letting him see the blush that had taken over her cheeks, not knowing how to respond to his gratefulness. The next weeks were hard on Sokka, but they brought a few improvements with them as well. He was sick of lying down in bed with nothing better to do but whine about his pain, so he welcomed the moment when the physicians decided his legs needed therapy so that he could finally walk again. Flexing his legs and stretching them again were difficult motions to execute, but even though he complained, he also complied and performed every exercise he was given, in hopes his enthusiasm would help him get back on his feet sooner. Regardless, it still took a week after he began his physiotherapy before he would finally begin walking, and there would always be someone holding him up in case he would fall. Sokka didn't mind being assisted at times, but he didn't think he needed as much help as they kept providing him with. Angela discovered he thought this way one day when she dropped by to visit him and discovered him limping across the room, using his space sword to support his weight, because he wanted a glass of water and he wasn't about to call for anyone's help to obtain it if he could just as easily pour it himself. He didn't achieve his goal, seeing how he couldn't use his right hand well enough yet, so Angela was the one who had to get him his water, to Sokka's frustration. The days came and went, and both Sokka and Angela worried more at the thought of him not recovering at the pace they had expected. A month and a half had already passed and only his most superficial wounds seemed to have healed completely. He was able to stand on his own after 2 months passed by, to Sokka's relief, but he couldn't move much without the help of his crutches. Angela walked into his room one day, hoping that by some miracle he would be fully healed by now, and she was surprised to discover him standing by his bed, swinging his sword expertly with his left hand. Sokka! She called him, but he was so focused he didn't notice her presence. He stepped forward carefully, wincing at the pain he felt on his legs when he stabbed the air with his sword. He continued his motions, moving his feet slowly to accompany his weapon. He was smoother than he used to be, perhaps because he was being more careful than ever before as he moved about. He bit his lip and changed his sword from hand, gripping the handle with his right hand, but even though he managed to hold it, he didn't have the strength to lift the blade. He huffed with frustration, dropping the sword to the floor, feeling utterly useless, although his grimace vanished when someone else leaned down to pick up Space Sword. Angela held his weapon in her hand and looked up at him, concerned. He caught the look on her face, and the sensation of being a failure clung to him more now than ever before, because he had been the one to worry her so much. He lowered his gaze, ashamed. "I'm sorry," he muttered. "You should be," she said. "I've told you time over and time again to stop pushing yourself, but you just won't listen." I feel like time is running out," he muttered. "And I'm not ready yet. What if I can't make it?" What if the 3-month span ends and I still can't move? You have already moved, Sokka, said Azula. And you're getting better every day, so it's just a matter of time, I know, he muttered, as he sat on his bed again. His legs were still not strong enough for him to keep standing for too long. Azula had no idea what to say, especially since she had the feeling that anything she told him would be useless. Words wouldn't help him, at least, not her words. She frowned before making up her mind and extending his sword towards him. Sokka placed his left hand over hers, thinking she'd let go of the weapon, but she didn't. He looked up at her and saw she seemed determined to do something, although he couldn't tell what it was just yet. Azula. You're right, we'll run out of time at this rate, she muttered. We still have 1 month, though, and that's enough time for us to get moving. We'll be taking off to Shujing tomorrow. Sokka's eyes lit with expectation at those words, and he regained his usual spirits thanks to Azula's unexpected decision. Maybe Piandao will know other methods to deal with your wounds, and you need to discuss the matters of your last fight with him as well, she said. So the faster we're done with that, the better for us. You can walk already, so you're ready to go back to his lair. Yeah, said Sokka, smiling and nodding. Finally. Something that'll get me out of this damn room. Azula smiled back at her accomplice. They had lain in wait for far too long. It was finally time to set out on their adventures once again. The princess sent out commands so that her vessel would be stocked up and ready to travel to Shujing on the very next day. A carriage awaited Sokka by the palace's main gates, but to reach it he had to make it through the entire building, seeing how his room was on the other end of the palace. He wanted to try his luck by walking all the way to the gates, but Azula refused to allow him to continue straining himself, thus she forced him to use his crutches, no matter how much he hated them. This is really horrid, you know. He told her, wincing with every movement. To have these things stuck up to your armpit, it hurts. One would suppose you'd be used to pain by now, said Azula, earning herself a glare from Sokka. Very funny, he grumbled, staggering as he struggled with his props. And my right arm still hurts, this is going to be the death of me. What do you want me to do, carry you bridal style or something? Asked Azula. Would you be so kind? He asked, smiling stupidly at her. Azula narrowed her eyes before shaking her head. You're shameless, truly. I could use some help, though, he said, wincing again. If you act as my support on my right side I could stop using this damn thing and avoid getting my right arm in an even worse state. Azula sighed at the idea, but she figured they might progress faster if she aided him. It felt as if they had spent half the morning on this, and he wasn't in the main hall yet. Hand that thing over, then, said Azula, taking his crutch from him as he supported himself with his hand on her shoulder. Let's do this, he said, wiping the sweat off his brow as he took another step. Azula slipped a hand around his waist, making him stare at her in surprise. Azula blushed slightly before turning her face away from him quickly. It's easier like this. Oh, really now? So you're not just groping me? He asked, smirking mockingly at her. Azula's eyes flared with rage, but before she could tell him there was nothing grope-worthy about him, an unusual laughter filled the hall they were strolling down from. The loud cackling was also accompanied by some chatter, and Azula managed to recognize one of the voices involved in the conversation. She frowned as two people turned around the corner and walked down to where she was holding Sokka. And both Azula and Sokka forgot immediately about their argument when they caught sight of the other pair that was walking down the hall, an old man with a huge, round belly, and a small, slender girl with black hair and gray, sightless eyes. You're really something, Iroh. She laughed, as the man beamed brightly. I meant every word I said, he insisted. I'll show you the basement later, you'll see. Not a single decent batch of jasmine tea too. Oh. Azula would have been embarrassed to be caught in such a strange situation with her gladiator, but she was too busy trying to give her eyes credit to think about whatever Iroh would interpret from the sight he was witnessing. Well, he said, giggling. Do you need any help carrying him, my niece? It seems you struggle bearing such a large man. Sokka frowned at Iroh, not knowing for certain who the man was, but he pulled away from Azula while looking at him warily. What is the meaning of this, uncle? She asked, looking at the blind bandit with utter aversion. Ah, my apologies, said Iroh, laughing. Where are my manners? Toph, these are my niece and her gladiator. Azula, this is Toph Bafong, my new gladiator. Azula's eyes widened as her grip tightened around Sokka's crutch. She knew her uncle could be up to no good, she had always expected the worst from him, but this was too much. Hey there, Sokka, said Toph, as Sokka snarled in her direction. How are you? Why does it feel like you've got 3 legs? Why you? He muttered, enraged. He had been hoping he'd never have to see this girl again, and he had mostly hoped she would never sense him in such deplorable state. He hated the idea of her knowing how badly their fight had damaged him. Oh, you're mad at me? She asked. Well, gee. I guess I should apologize for my harshness. I shouldn't have gone all out on you, but my former sponsor had told me I had no other choice but to kill you, so sorry about that. Good to know you're on your, 3 feet again. Iroh chuckled, making Azula glower at him, as she still tried to find some sense in what was happening. How come are you her sponsor now, uncle? She asked, her angry glare seeming powerful enough to set anything on fire. It's a funny story, said Iroh, smiling. Her old sponsor dumped her, so I took her under my wing. I've been helping her move from the lousy department she lived in, by the outskirts of the city. She'll be staying in the palace now, I hope that's fine with you. Azula couldn't believe his insolence. She could understand, though, why had he done it? She knew him well enough to see right through those amber eyes so similar to hers. He was placing his tiles in the pie show board, trying to drive her into a corner through his moves, but she couldn't let him. She refused to let him. But how could she avoid it? How could she stop from letting her emotions show in her face when she felt so enraged, so cheated? This was the lowest thing he could have resorted to. Iroh was shameless. Those 10 years at sea apparently had done nothing but enhance his urges to ruin her life. Well, Oze already said he doesn't mind, so I suppose you'll be fine with this also, said Iroh, after realizing Azula was too indignant to reply. I hope you recover soon, Gladiator. Let's go, Toph. Here, Captain, said Toph, smirking. See you around, Sokka. Nice meeting you, Princess. The blind bandit waved at them as both Iroh and her walked around them, continuing their way down the hall and returning to their previous conversation about tea. Sokka turned to glare at them from over his shoulder, not quite understanding what had just happened. He looked at Azula and was slightly worried to see her so displeased. Her body was even shaking as her gaze fell to the ground, still unable to react at that nasty surprise. Azula. Sokka called her, bringing her back to reality effectively. Sokka. She replied, blinking repeatedly and shaking her head. Let's get moving. Who was that? Let's get moving, I said, she commanded between gritted teeth. Sokka gulped, realizing the last thing she needed right now was somebody pestering her. He nodded and took his crutch back, thinking it would be better to quit complaining for a while. Azula looked angrier than he'd seen her since their argument after his second fight in the Superior League, and Sokka didn't want to displease her further. After what felt like ages, they finally reached the carriage that took them down to the port. Azula spent the entire journey in silence, a hand on her brow as she mulled over what her uncle had done by taking the blind bandit as his personal fighter. Sokka didn't bring up the subject, knowing she would be best left alone for now. It wasn't until they were on the deck of the ship, already sailing over salty waters, that Azula sighed and shook her head, walking to the edge of the ship. Sokka had been performing some of his exercises on the deck, and he figured it was finally time for him to speak with her. Struggling with his crutches, he walked towards her and stood beside her quietly, looking down at her troubled figure. I never said anything about having an uncle, did I? She asked, knowing she owed him a few answers. I don't think you did, no, said Sokka, leaning against the ship's rim. He and we've never gotten along, she muttered. He always saw through me, you could say, but I can see through him as well. He pretends to be nothing but a funny old man, an addict to tea and pie show, but that's just his exterior. He carries a history of failures and shame with him, in the same way my brother does, yet he waves it all away carelessly, as if his mistakes were just a joke gone wrong. People buy his act all the time, thinking he's such a nice man with so many fun stories to tell. So he goes around pretending to be a good guy, said Sokka, frowning. Yet he went out on his way to get the blind bandit as his gladiator. He only did it to ruin our chances, she growled. He saw how she defeated you, so now he wants to use her against us. He knows what I'm trying to pull, so he's going to do his best to stop me, and the blind bandit is his best chance to make sure we won't get to the top of the ranking. He's certain that, with her, he will frustrate our attempts completely. Why, though? Sokka asked, confused. You're his niece, what's his problem? Why would he go out of his way to sponsor the blind bandit? I mean, if he had chosen anyone else, I'd say you're being paranoid and maybe the dude is only trying to have some fun. Which is what everyone would say, of course. Interjected Azula. But it's the blind bandit, of all people, said Sokka, shaking his head. And that shows he's got some nerve indeed. Picking out the worst foe I've faced proves you're right. He's not doing this without some sort of ulterior motive. So, you believe me on this? Asked Azula, surprised. People didn't usually take her side whenever she spoke about how Iroh kept trying to bring her down. They laughed it off, saying she was imagining things, that her uncle cared for her deeply, and he was just teasing her. It was an incredible relief to talk with someone who didn't seem to think she was wrong about her uncle. Why wouldn't I? Said Sokka. I hardly even know the guy, and you've been right in a few things in the past, so I wouldn't think you're wrong. Especially after he's taken the blind bandit, he's really trying to stop me from getting to number 1, isn't he? Clearly enough, said Azula, frowning. She's an opponent you couldn't defeat. I wonder if there's anyone who could defeat her, said Sokka, sighing. So, is there any point to this? If I won't be number 1 because of him? Azula gritted her teeth and shook her head. Oh, no. I'm not going to give up, least of all now, she grunted. I admit I thought of giving up on this gladiator madness before, I figured this wasn't going to lead us anywhere, but I'm not going to take a step back just to let him mock us for surrendering in a fight we couldn't win. But, if you can't win the fight, you're better off fighting it, to the very end, said Azula, glowering at the horizon. I'm not one to encourage suicide missions and the sort, but I won't let him get away with this. I can't give in, not to him, never to him. Sokka thought he was still far from understanding the fray between Azula and her uncle, but he nodded encouragingly anyways. Got it, then. I just have to get better at fighting, and one day I'll find a way to beat her, he muttered. I know this is a lot of pressure on you, said Azula. Still, it's not as if we were fighting against them again tomorrow. There's a long road ahead of us, Sokka, but I think we can make it. We just have to be patient, cunning, strong and whatnot, said the gladiator, smiling down at her. No worries. Piandao will help me find a way to defeat tough earthbenders like her. He'll have great ideas, I'm sure of that. I hope you're right, Azula replied, her eyes set on the horizon. Piandao wasn't their only hope, but he was their best option indeed. He could ease Sokka's burden just by giving him a few tricks on how to face earthbenders. They arrived in Shujing after 2 days of sailing, as usual. Azula had made sure there would be a carriage brought along with them so that Sokka wouldn't have to walk the long road back to Piandao's home. They both climbed on the vehicle as 2 of her guards steered the dragon moose that pulled the carriage. Both the princess and gladiator remained quiet during the journey, both wondering what sort of advice Piandao offers Sokka. Azula knocked on the doors of the huge palace when they had finally arrived, seeing how Sokka wouldn't be able to do it himself. Several minutes passed, yet nobody came to open the door. Call again, suggested Sokka. Azula struck the door once more, but there was still no response. Maybe there's nobody home right now, said Sokka, shrugging. They might have gone out shopping. They might have, muttered Azula, frowning. Then maybe we should wait inside. I don't feel like standing around here, doing nothing, until they finally make it back. You pretty much live here too, so it's not trespassing or anything of the sort. Weird to see a princess coming up with excuses to break rules, said Sokka, smiling. But I agree. Let's go inside. Azula pushed the doors with some difficulty and she entered the mansion, followed by the limping Sokka. They strolled down the usual passageways to reach the main building, both frowning at the unusual state of disarray in the garden that Fat would always keep so tidy. This is weird, said Sokka, concerned. Maybe Fat's sick. Perhaps, said Azula, although she wasn't looking at the situation from the most optimistic point of view, unlike Sokka. She was getting a bad feeling about this. They continued until they were finally inside the house. Dust covered the remaining furniture in the living room. Piandeo's calligraphy table was gone along with several more items that used to decorate the house. What happened here? Asked Sokka, his eyes growing wide as he limped about, looking at the room in shock. Was it some sort of robbery, or break-in? I don't know, muttered Azula, thinking it would be too cruel to spell out the truth to Sokka just yet. Stay here. I'll go take a look at the upper rooms. Sokka nodded, but even before Azula was gone he knew she wouldn't return with good news. It didn't matter how hopeful he wanted to be about this, he couldn't kid himself when the evidence was spelling out to him that this place had been vacant for months. Piandeo was gone. Chapter 20, Introduction 20. They didn't know what they were searching for. The guards checked every single room, canvassing the mansion in its entirety. They even searched through the wide terrains that extended beyond the building. Still, there was no evidence to show that a man and his butler had lived here recently, no evidence other than the word of an injured water tribe man who sat at the mansion's vestibule, his head between his hands as he tried to come to terms with reality. Sokka couldn't believe Piandeo had left without a word of farewell, without giving him a message to let him know when he would return, or what sort of exercises he should do while he was gone. The mansion looked as if nobody had lived in it for months, judging by the amount of dust on every corner of the house and also by the neglected gardens, where even weed grew at this point. But the emptiness within the very house made it seem as if nobody had lived in it ever before. There was nothing left in either Piandeo or Fat's bedrooms to show they had once belonged to them. No clothes, no paintings, no calligraphy, no pai-sho boards, no swords, nothing. The forge was still stocked up, to Sokka's surprise, but there was nothing left to betray Piandeo's presence in there either. It had been as if somebody had erased his existence and everything he had ever been in contact with. We just went to the town as you requested, Princess, said a guard, catching his attention as well as Azula's. She was standing in the vestibule as well, and she had commanded most her guards to take part in the thorough search for Piandeo. Her men came every now and then to give her the reports of their findings, or, in every case so far, the lack thereof. And? Asked Azula, sensing Sokka was stirring from the couch he had been resting on, his ears perked as he hoped for good news. Nothing, Princess, said the man, lowering his head. The townsfolk say they haven't seen Piandeo or his butler in around 2 months. We went to every house and asked every family head if they had noticed anything unusual around the time of their disappearance, but we have nothing. Nobody knows when he left, or how, or why. Azula frowned and nodded, dismissing the man without words. Sokka struggled to get back on his feet using his crutches, and Azula sensed him limping towards her. Have you checked everything yet? He asked. Every possibility, everything. Not just yet, she replied, sighing. But if there's nothing so far, Sokka. This makes no sense, he grunted, gritting his teeth. Did he really leave? It's so absurd I can't get my head around it. He must have left, said Azula, frowning. I find it unlikely that he was dragged off if there's no sign of a struggle anywhere. But where could he have gone to? Asked Sokka. From what I know, he didn't have a ship or anything of the sort. This makes no sense, Azula. Don't you think he might still be on the island? I rather doubt it, Sokka. She said, unsure of what to do about the desperate look on his eyes. He should know better than to keep his hopes so high when every sign was unfavorable to his cause. Can't you send your guards to search the entire island, though? It's not so big, he said. I'd go myself, since I know the territory really well by now, but... Don't even think about it, said Azula, rubbing her forehead. I don't think there will be any point in doing that, Sokka. If Piandao is gone, then... He can't be gone, he can't be, grunted Sokka, shaking his head. Maybe I was wrong and he did have a ship, and he went off on some fishing trip. You should send someone to port to ask if he was seen there. Sokka. He can't be gone, Azula, he said, his eyes fixed on the floor. He can't be. Azula sighed, knowing there was nothing she could do to change Sokka's disbelief just yet. Each time she tried to have him face the facts, he'd seclude himself in his bubble of denial, still believing that Piandao would have never left him without a note, without a goodbye. It wasn't so hard for Azula to believe he had vanished as he had. She had never grown to trust Piandao completely. He was mysterious and unpredictable, honorable yet deceitful at the same time. But explaining this to Sokka at the moment would serve no purpose. He would only shut down and refuse to believe her words, disregarding whatever she said no matter if it was true or not. Still, he couldn't continue refusing to accept that his master had left. And from what all the clues from this riddle spoke, Azula gathered Piandao wasn't going to return anytime soon, if he was to return at all. But, regardless... Captain, she called out, turning her back to Sokka. Search the port and the shores of the island. If Piandao left with all his belongings, he could have only done it over water. There might be some traces of a ship anchoring someplace. Take one of the emergency boats of the barge and use it to inspect the perimeter of the island. That will take a long time, Princess, said the captain, frowning. This search isn't getting us anywhere. We should make for the capital again already. Do as I say, Captain, Azula ordered, her eyes glowing with that dangerous glint that promised dire consequences if she wasn't obeyed at once. The captain stiffened, holding back the urge to tell her to quit playing her gladiator's game. What was so special about that brat anyway? He was but a slave, whereas he was the captain of her royal guard. Why did she treat the gladiator much better than she treated him? It was absurd. But, given how dangerous it was to contradict her, he stormed off without another word. Thanks, muttered Sokka behind Azula. She turned to look at him, knowing he truly appreciated that she had complied with his wishes, but also noticing his despair was turning into hopelessness. He wasn't truly expecting them to find Piandao anymore. But what bothered Azula wasn't the fact that Piandao was gone. She had come to terms with that ever since she realized he had left. The true problem was what to do now that Sokka's master was missing. What should be their next move? Helping Toph move out of her old, shabby department and into the royal palace had been quite a predicament, partly because Iroh didn't feel at home in the royal palace himself in the first place. He had stayed over with Toph for a while until there had been no more tea left in the house, and Toph scarcely had any money left to buy more. After a few conversations, they had decided she was better off moving into the palace, since she wouldn't have to worry about money if she became the Fire Lord's guest. Iroh had asked Oze, on a chance encounter, if he had any qualms about him keeping his gladiator around. Oze had frowned, wondering if having a gladiator was the trend these days, but regardless, it was of little importance to him if his older brother had a gladiator or not, so long as she behaved properly. And seeing how Toph had been brought up by noblemen, she could pull off a decent conduct if she put her mind to it. But with all his latest endeavors, Iroh had let someone slip from his mind for a while, and he was surprised to enter his palace room to find his nephew leaning on the window, looking even more upset than usual. "Prince Zuko, what are you doing on my window?" he asked. "I hope you are not thinking of jumping off." "I probably should," he moaned, crossing his arms on the windowsill and laying his head down on them, covering his face. "Please, don't," said Iroh. "If you jump off my window, everyone will think I was the one to push you. It would put me in a very awkward position." Iroh's statement was enough to make Zuko jump and glare at him, prompting Iroh to release a cackle of laughter. "Uncle, I'm serious here." "You aren't serious, my nephew," said Iroh, smiling as he walked to him. "You can't truly be thinking of jumping off a window, or else you would have done it by now, and in your own room. You're here because you wanted to talk to me, not to commit suicide." Zuko hated it when his actions were so easy to read, but his uncle was too witty for him to outsmart. He sighed and shook his head, his hand going up to his forehead. "Where had you been?" he asked. I was spending some time with my new friend, whom I'd like to introduce to you, said Iroh, beaming before stopping to look at Zuko. He truly seemed devastated. Were you about to say something else, Prince Zuko? Maybe you should stop calling me that, he muttered, as his fingers slipped along his dark locks of hair. What? Is there something you wish to tell me, Prince Zuko? Asked Iroh, frowning. Oze couldn't have possibly stripped away Zuko's birthright for good, could he? Everything's a mess, uncle. He complained, snarling. Father, he won't see me, he's even avoiding me. As if I had shamed him. Is he, now? Asked Iroh, thoughtful. So Oze didn't want to see him. Well, that wasn't the worst-case scenario. Zuko's situation wasn't hopeless just yet. He hasn't seen you, then. Maybe I'll have a word with my brother. I'm sure I can convince him. Don't bother, said Zuko. He won't care no matter who asks him to meet me. My father hates me, I know it. No, he doesn't, Zuko, said Iroh, walking to him. You know Oze. He has always been quite harsh. It will take time for him to warm up to you again, but once he sees you have learned your lesson after all those years at sea, he will welcome you as his son once more. But what lesson was I supposed to learn? Asked Zuko, pushing Iroh away when he felt his hand on his shoulder. I didn't learn anything, uncle. Anything. Iroh looked at him with concern. Perhaps Zuko really had learned nothing at all. No, he refused to believe that. Zuko was merely frustrated right now because his return hadn't been what he had expected it to be. Yet Iroh believed their time traveling and seeing the world's current state had changed him and turned him into a better man, a just man, a man worthy of the crown. You know that's not true, Zuko, he said, patting him on the shoulder again. Zuko didn't brush him away this time. You have learned a lot. You were banished as a boy, now you have returned as a man. A brave, strong man who always does the right thing. Yeah. Said Zuko, shaking his head. I'm a great man, aren't I? Iroh didn't appreciate the sarcasm, and now he could sense Zuko was troubled by something else, something that had nothing to do with his father. If I'm so great, then why did she? Why did she marry that guy? Why did she forget about me? He asked, his fingers digging into his scalp now. Oh, said Iroh, grimacing. She married another man, is it? She's pregnant with his child. Zuko yelled. She should be carrying my son, not his. Oh, Zuko. Said Iroh, shaking his head. It's not fair, uncle. Why did my life have to be like this? He yelled again, covering his eyes with his hands now. Now, said Iroh, patting him gently. There's no need for you to feel so bad about yourself, Zuko. You're going through a hard time right now because many things have changed, and not for the better, but if you wallow in your disgraces, you won't be ready to take good things when they come find you. Good things, come find me? Asked Zuko, with a skeptical laugh. Uncle, if anything I'm a magnet for bad things, and good things seem to hate me. Every single time I get something good, it gets ripped off my hands before I can enjoy it. Nothing good is ever going to happen to me. Not with that attitude, for sure, said Iroh, shaking his head. Come on, my nephew. Stop thinking about those troublesome matters. There's somebody I want you to meet. Zuko frowned as Iroh dragged him outside the room, guiding him to the palace's gardens. Zuko was unwilling to meet anyone at first, thinking this mysterious person would be some boring nobleman his uncle wanted to play pie show with, and he was thoroughly surprised to discover otherwise. Lying atop of a rock, chewing on a piece of wheat that only she knew where she had gotten it from, was a slender, small girl with black, long hair. Zuko frowned at the sight. Her green fine garments showed she was a former Earth Kingdom citizen, likely from high society, so why was she lying around in such a sloppy fashion? Who's that? Asked Zuko, looking down at his uncle briefly. That's exactly what I should be asking. Said the girl, climbing off the rock and landing hard on the ground with her bare feet. But I'm afraid Iroh only ever talks about you, so I probably could write down your biography if only I could write. Asked Zuko, staring at her with confusion. What's? Can't tell I'm blind. I thought you were brighter than that, Prince Zuko, said Toph, mockingly. Zuko glared at her for a moment, not even caring if she was blind or not. Who was she to say if he was bright or not? Who is this, uncle? He asked, still scowling at her. She's Toph Bafong, said Iroh, proudly. And she's my brand new gladiator. Pleased to make your acquaintance, your highness, said Toph, still in a derisive tone as she bowed down dramatically. Zuko's eyes narrowed. This made no sense. Gladiator? And no way, why do you have a gladiator? Why would you want a gladiator, uncle? He asked, jumping back as he looked at Iroh with disbelief. You've got to be kidding me. Why would you need something like this? Have you lost your mind, uncle? Toph's smirk vanished at Zuko's response. The stories Iroh had told her about Zuko hadn't quite made her warm up to him, but she had thought that, by meeting him, she would discover why Iroh held him in such high regards. Now she was in front of him, she feared she would never understand why Iroh cared so much for this brat. Why would you do this? Zuko continued. Gladiator fights are stupid, pointless violence. Don't you always say that violence isn't the answer? Well, what sort of answer are you looking for that you ended up doing this? How about you stop thinking of the answer and you look at the question first? Said Toph, making Zuko turn towards her. The question would be, of course, why would a guy like you have a say upon this matter? What? Said Zuko, frowning. Just saying, you're not the type to understand what a gladiator fight entails, said Toph, shrugging. As I said before, you're not very bright. Well, neither are you. Yelled Zuko. You're just a slave getting used for entertainment. Gee, it sounds really bad when you describe gladiators like that, said Toph, grimacing. Good thing I'm not really a slave, then. What? You're not a slave? Asked Zuko, shocked. Whoa, you even have to repeat things to understand them? Damn, you really are dumb. Said Toph, laughing. Quit making fun of me. Yelled Zuko, losing his temper as he often did. Stop, both of you, said Iroh, standing between them to prevent Zuko from attacking Toph. The stern look on his face was enough to convince both Zuko and Toph to grow quiet briefly. If you behave like this you'll never reach an understanding. I don't want to understand her. Said Zuko, glaring at him. I'm trying to understand you. What's this supposed to mean, uncle? Why are you doing this? You didn't like gladiator fights, as far as I knew. That was before he saw me fighting in the arena, said Toph, smirking. Am I right? Zuko. Said Iroh, sighing. You'll understand in time. What am I supposed to understand in time? That now you're promoting useless violence rather than condoning it. What's the matter with you? You make no sense, damn it. Said Zuko, storming off through the garden, leaving both of them behind. What a wuss, said Toph, climbing on her rock again as Iroh stared after Zuko's figure. That's quite a feeble-minded nephew you've got there, Iroh. He'll understand in time. Said Iroh, sighing. He had expected a better response from Zuko than this. He wished he would move past his previous life already and quit moping, but he couldn't force Zuko to accept his current life. He was the only one who could embrace these changes, but he refused to do so. If only Zuko gave himself a chance to look for happiness, he just might actually find it. Night had fallen and there still were no reports from the scouts Azula had sent out to search through the shores of Shujing. She had no idea if there would be any traces of Piandao anywhere, but she rather doubted there would be. If they had been as careful as they had by removing most objects from the house, surely they wouldn't be sloppy enough to leave any clues if they had sailed away somehow. And she knew Sokka was thinking the same thing when she spotted him, sitting in the steps that led up to the main building, his gaze on the gates as he waited for the guards to return with any news, expecting the news to be bad, of course. There had been no good news so far, and by this point in time, he doubted there would be. You should get some sleep, suggested Azula, walking up to him. Sokka shook his head. I'm not drowsy yet. He muttered, his gaze in the ground. Agila knew his spirits were down at last. He had relinquished every hope already, even though he didn't want to do it. She approached and sat by him quietly, studying his features carefully. "Do you want something?" he said, looking up at her for a moment. "Why would I have something to ask of you?" was Agila's reply. "Well, I don't know why else would you come sit by me when I'm such lousy company," he said, smiling weakly. "Just so you know, you're lousy company at all times, yet I still put up with you," said Agila, smirking at him. Sokka rolled his eyes, but he couldn't deny that dealing with her cold words was somehow a relief. It was nice to see a few things would remain the same, no matter what. He sighed again, leaning back against a column as he stared at the night sky. "Why do you think he did it?" he asked, frowning. "Why would he take off without leaving anything behind? Well, anything but me, that is." "How should I know, Sokka?" said Agila, shrugging. "I hardly knew the man." "Right. I should be the one to have an answer to that, since I got to know him better," sighed Sokka, but Agila frowned. "I don't think you knew Piandao half as well as you think you did, Sokka," she muttered, warily. Sokka lowered his gaze towards her, confused. "What's that supposed to mean?" he asked, frowning. "He's not, well, he hasn't always been the man who trained you, Sokka," said Agila. "He hides many secrets, secrets you could hardly fathom." "And how do you know about those secrets, exactly?" asked Sokka, skeptical. "He never trained you, so how would you know more about him than I do?" "I already said I don't know nearly enough about him," said Agila. "But there are a few things regarding his life as a soldier, that you might be better off not knowing, truly." "Such as?" asked Sokka, raising an eyebrow. "Come on, you don't expect me to sit back and ignore what you just said, do you?" Agila sighed. He would never stop pestering her now, would he? Saying that he would be best off oblivious to this had served no purpose. "I guess that was too much to ask of you, indeed," said Agila, folding her arms over her chest as she rested herself on the column opposite to Sokka's. "Piandao used to fight in the army, I believe I mentioned that before. He held quite a high position, colonel or captain, I can't remember the exact one at the moment. His troops were serving under my uncle, General Iroh, during a siege to an Earth Kingdom city about 2 decades ago. The siege ended successfully, but it almost fell apart at the last expected moment due to an uprising within the Fire Nation army in itself." Sokka gulped at those words. Somehow, he could imagine how this story would develop. "A group of soldiers made an attempt on my uncle's life," said Agila. "He was the heir to the throne by the time, so it would have been a catastrophe if the assault had succeeded. The group of conspirators was caught in the act, and they were executed for high treason against the Fire Nation." What does this have to do with?" "The soldiers involved in the attempt were the ones under Piandao's direct command." "They were his men," said Agila. "Piandao's actual involvement was never proved, there was no evidence he took part in the conspiracy, but most people believed he was the mastermind, or at the very least, that he was aware of his subordinates' plan and yet he didn't stop them. It didn't take him a week to hand in his resignation after this event took place." "Well, he probably did that out of shame, if anything," said Sokka, frowning. "It's not as if he had been involved for real. I mean, if there was no proof." "Indeed, that's what it would seem," muttered Agila. "He was rumored to have come to live in Shujing to get away from the pressures of life in the army, that he was atoning for his disgraces, but there were also other rumors that said he had grown to despise Fire Nation because of the ruthless punishment his men had received by order of the Fire Lord himself." "Makes sense, doesn't it? I suppose. Yet if it does, why did he bother training my brother?" asked Agila, looking up at the sky. "People say he found Zuko to be worthy. I wouldn't be so sure of it. I always had the feeling he had agreed to train him because of ulterior motives. Zuko wasn't really that good with weapons, he spent most his time whining and blaming everyone else for his failures. What's so worthy about a brat like him?" "Maybe he's not as bad as you think," said Sokka, gulping. "But I guess I have little to say about it, seeing how I don't even know him. The weirdest part is that Zuko learned how to fight with dual Dao broadswords, whereas Piandao usually wields Jian swords like yours, said Angela. Sokka looked at Space Sword, dangling on his shoulder. I'm not entirely certain of this, but it seems to me as that he taught Zuko an easier type of sword fighting. According to some books I looked at, those weapons aren't supposed to be wielded in the way you use your sword. The Dao swords are not half as complex as Jian swords, but they're several times as deadly. And most men who consider themselves sword masters use Jian swords, not Dao swords. What are you getting at? Asked Sokka, frowning. I'm saying that it's likely Piandao was trying to teach a few things to Zuko that he shouldn't have been taught at all, said Angela, stern. He might have been involved in the first attempt against the crown, why not on a second one? You're trying to say that he was grooming your brother into killing a Fire Lord? Asked Sokka, aghast. And not possible. That's absurd. He wouldn't do something like that, not an honorable man like him. Then why did Zuko only learn to handle broadswords? Asked Angela, her gaze in the ground now. Why was he only ever taught to use weapons that hardly have any beauty, any art to them, weapons favored by many warriors because of their potential for murder? They aren't the weapons of a true sword master. Also, Zuko attended lessons with Piandao since he was 5. He came by in irregular intervals, yet he still kept learning from Piandao until he was about 10. Dual Dao swords, it's said that they're easily mastered within a week. Why, then, is that the only thing he can use despite such a long time training under Piandao? But, maybe you're right on another regard, then, said Sokka. Maybe your brother wasn't worthy of being taught by Piandao, and he only bothered teaching him so that your father wouldn't kill him for refusing. My father would have likely laughed if he had heard Zuko was proclaimed unworthy, said Angela. Well, perhaps not. But he wouldn't have blamed Piandao for it. He never had a good image of Zuko, he always thought of him as a failure. Still does, apparently. I guess he's still one. Well, maybe Piandao didn't know that, said Sokka, stubbornly. He thought he could be in danger if he refused the Fire Lord. Do you believe Piandao to be a man who would be intimidated by my father? Asked Angela. He wasn't intimidated by me, and my father was just a prince back then, just as I am a princess now. I don't see why he should have accepted an unworthy student if he didn't want to. Well, damn, he accepted me, said Sokka, shrugging. Your brother was a prince, I'm just a slave. Yet Piandao thought you to be one of the most talented men he had ever trained, said Angela, making Sokka bite his lip lightly. You, a slave. And he's a prince. Does that show you what I'm getting at? Piandao didn't care for where you came from, or where you were going, he trained you because you deserved it. Zuko, on the other hand. But this is absurd, said Sokka, shaking his head. I mean, he was always talking to me about honor, teaching me so many lessons. I thought he was the best man I'd ever met. Now it turns out he was a conspirator against his own people. Angela could see the hurt clear across Sokka's face. He didn't want to believe her words, and she didn't blame him for it. Sokka, she muttered, looking at him as she sought out the right way to convey her current thoughts. Piandao was a man of many secrets, a mystery in himself, and can you blame him, truly? The man made mistakes like the ones you've just heard about, and he didn't disclose them to people like you because he regretted them. Secluding himself in this mansion, living in an environment like this one, he probably did it because he was repenting. Perhaps you didn't know him too well, perhaps there are many things you'll never know about him, but what you know of him, you should treasure. Because that man truly made you the strong warrior you are today. If it weren't for Piandao, you probably wouldn't be sitting here right now. So, don't forget that man. Stop thinking about the Piandao you didn't know, the one behind the curtains, the one who fled, just remember the one who thought you were the most talented man he had ever trained. Sokka's eyes widened at Angela's words. The way her eyes gleamed as she spoke, he could tell she spoke the truth, that she was actually worried about him. Was it just his imagination, or was she suddenly more beautiful than ever right now, under the moonlight? He managed to smile at her, a smile that longed to be more honest, but it was enough for Angela for now. That was unusually kind of you, he said, chuckling. Is the princess growing soft all of a sudden? Wouldn't you love it if I were? said Angela, rolling her eyes. Sokka smiled at her before looking at the gates again. Still, why do you think he left? I mean, if he was repenting here, you think he took off because he's done with that? You think his repentance time is over? I have no idea, Sokka, said Angela, shrugging. I don't know, and I doubt I ever will. Maybe he found a new path in life. Let him go already, he has taught you everything he could teach you. Maybe the rest of the road to become a sword master is one you should find on your own. Maybe, said Sokka, shrugging. He did say I was mostly lacking experience, but a message of some sort couldn't have hurt, right? At least a sign, something to tell me what I should do now that he's gone. He might have told you something, said Angela. But you failed to notice it was a farewell. He could have laid down all the signs and you were too dense to understand them. Oh, come on, there's no way. He started, before freezing in the middle of his skeptical retort. Piandao had behaved oddly before their last departure. Oh, damn it, this can't be. Sokka, said Angela, narrowing her eyes and frowning. Did you remember something, by any chance? Not quite, said Sokka, sighing as he rubbed his forehead and shook his head, ashamed of himself. Damn it, before we left to the capital, he said something to me. You walked off because you were mad at me and you didn't care, I think, and I was too puzzled by his attitude to pay much attention to what he was saying. He complimented me, I believe, and I thought it was really strange that he'd say things like that, because it wasn't as if we were departing forever. Damn it, it was his goodbye and I didn't even notice. And I can't remember what he told me. I'm the worst. You're a moron indeed, said Angela, nodding. For once, I won't even try to deny that, said Sokka, sighing heavily. I'm a fool. I can't believe this. So he didn't leave a message, he actually said goodbye. He said it. And I just didn't realize. Sokka was startled to feel a hand on his shoulder. He lifted his head, surprised to find Angela was trying to comfort him somehow, though she pulled her hand away immediately, bashful and insecure. There's no need to feel that way, she muttered, blushing slightly. Now you know it, though. He really left, and seeing how he took most his possessions with him, he's not likely to return, so there's no point in dragging out this search for him anymore. I guess. He replied, giving up at last. She was right, this goose chase had to end eventually. I'll call in the guards so we can take off in the morning, then, said Angela, getting ready to move out, but Sokka stopped her. Huh? Take off? What do you mean? He asked. The princess raised an eyebrow at his question. What else could I mean? Did you think we'd stay here to no avail, Sokka? She replied. Well, I always stayed here, said Sokka, shrugging. It's pretty much my home by now, even if Piandao is gone. Angela frowned and shook her head in disapproval. I beg to differ. There would be no purpose in letting you stay here if Piandao is gone. It may look like I have endless resources to you, but traveling back and forth all the time wasn't half as easy as it seemed. Stocking up, taking so many guards out of their usual routines, it's far costlier than you imagine. I only accepted this mad endeavor, as I told you some time ago, because Piandao would have refused to move out of the mansion if I requested him to come to the capital to train you there. If he's no longer here, then you have no reason to stay. But Sokka, use that supposedly brilliant brain of yours for once, will you? She grunted. If he took everything with him, if he's been gone for over 2 months, if nobody has seen him in such a long time, do you truly believe he'll return? Really? Sokka sighed and shook his head, feeling defeated. I thought that this place belonged to him, and leaving it vacant, just like that, it would be a pity, truly. It would be, Angela admitted. But this mansion wasn't always owned by Piandao. It used to be the house of some nobleman who was stripped off his titles, I believe. The mansion was empty and Piandao took it for himself when he found it. He leaves it vacant now, in the same way it was before he came across it all those years ago. Someone else is likely to come live in it eventually, I suppose. Can't I be that someone? He asked, annoying Angela slightly. Sokka, It's plainly inconvenient. Staying in the capital will work better for the both of us. I'll find you another master somehow, if there's anyone out there who could perchance teach you something Piandao hasn't taught you yet. And you can have a new house too, since I doubt you'd want to stay in the palace. You'd really do so much for me?" asked Sokka, raising an eyebrow. "You're my gladiator, damn it," said Angela, rolling her eyes as she stood up. "What do you think is the job of your sponsor, exactly? I believe we struck a deal when we started out with this, and I said anything you needed, I could grant it to you with ease. So there you have it. And, that's all there is to it," said Sokka, raising an eyebrow. "It's your job. What else were you expecting?" asked Angela, looking at him from above. Sokka was taken by surprise by that question. Indeed, what had he been expecting? What had he grown to expect from her after all this time? It was her job, and his was to fight in the arena. Everything else was a bonus. Still, it had been quite the bonus, hadn't it? They were supposed to be using each other to their own ends, nothing other than that, yet, why did a strange feeling stir his gut just by thinking about her? Talking to her was surprisingly fun, and even though she was cruel and brutally honest most the time, he had discovered there was so much more to her than he had when they had first met. To think she was the same woman who had cut him down in the South Pole, he didn't even think of her like that anymore. She was, truly, his sponsor, and he was quite proud to be her gladiator. Everything else was a bonus. He smiled at her, taking her by surprise. "I get it. I get it. I'll go back to the capital with you, and you can buy me a huge house where I can train with whoever you find to become my master," he said, still smiling. "Though I fear that, if this is the way things are going to be, we'll be seeing each other a lot more often from now on, huh?" Angela hadn't realized this, but the thought wasn't displeasing for her. The long waits of months to meet him again had been somewhat annoying before, although she feared that now she would find herself trying to spend time away from him instead, but for some reason, she suspected it would be worth it. "Probably," she replied, pretending this realization irritated her. "It will be a drag not to be able to get away from you that easily." "Yeah, right," said Sokka, smirking playfully. Angela merely rolled her eyes before taking a few steps inside the house. "You should get some rest now. We'll take off in the morning, once the scouts return." "Wait," said Sokka, and Angela halted, sighing heavily before turning to face him again. "What now?" "There's one last thing I want to do here, before we take off," he said, struggling to stand up with his crutches. Angela rolled her eyes and helped scoop him up, letting him support himself on her shoulder. "What would that be?" she asked, raising an eyebrow once he was finally on his feet and crutches. "I think I recall my armor got smashed badly on that last fight," he said. "What happened to it?" "I sent it to the royal blacksmith. He must have fixed it by now, but I forgot completely about it." "It shattered pretty easily, didn't it?" Sokka mused. "I suppose." "Why are you asking that?" "I have an idea," he said, smiling at her. "Come with me." Angela didn't feel too lenient to follow him around by his command, since it should be the other way around, but she felt responsible for him at the moment due to those injuries he still suffered from. She feared he might hurt himself if she didn't keep close watch on him. So she followed him, helping him walk it several times, as he guided her to the mansion's forge. As the guards had reported, Piandao's makeshift weapons were gone. Still, the assortment of metals and instruments were still available, to Sokka's relief. He limped to a corner of the room and struggled to pull out a bag from there. Angela had to help him to achieve his goal, seeing how the bag was very heavy. "What is this?" she asked, before opening the bag to find a pile of pitch-black stones. "Remember the weird rock that we saw when we first came to Shujing?" asked Sokka, smiling. "It's what I used to make Space Sword, and you've seen how amazing my sword is. There were a few times when I even managed to cut Piandao's weapons with Space Sword, and while his blade was rendered useless, mine was intact. It's a very resistant material, and I was thinking I could make use of it to forge a new armor," finished Angela, thoughtful. "I thought it would be a good idea," said Sokka, smiling after she finished his sentence. As I told you, this is a very sturdy material, so I think it should work well to avoid sustaining as many injuries as I had to stand during that damned fight. This way, if a psycho earthbending girl flings me towards a spike, it's possible the armor will protect me and I won't end up getting my shoulder pierced completely. It sounds like a good idea, Angela acknowledged. But are you really strong enough to do this, Sokka? Making a suit of armor when you can hardly walk on your own is easier said than done. Sokka tilted his head, slightly disappointed. Perhaps she was right. How was he supposed to work in this state? Angela saw the troubled look on his face and sighed. What was it about those blue eyes of his? Every time he faced hard truths, they became tinged with sadness, and she hated to see him so upset for reasons she couldn't fathom. Well, there are other options, she said, gulping. Such as? I could help you, somehow. She muttered, looking away. Sokka jumped at the suggestion, his eyes darting up at her face immediately, as if expecting to find she was merely mocking him, but seeing how bashful she was, it seemed she was honest. Why you'd do that? I mean, it's a lot of work, Sokka said, grimacing. I won't deny your fire-bending skills would be a lot of use, but there would be a lot of hammering and folding metal, all that stuff that I doubt you'd enjoy. I wouldn't enjoy it, truly, said Angela, sighing. But it would be best if I did most of it. I've told you time after time that I don't want you pushing yourself beyond your limits, so you leave me with no other choice but to do most of this myself. But, are you sure of this? He asked, wincing. I could return in a few months, once I'm better, and make the armor myself by then. For all you know, someone else might claim this mansion by that time, said Angela. So it would be most convenient for us to make it right now. The tools are here, you have the knowledge we require. I don't see a problem, actually. But, said Sokka, do you really want to do this? That's what worries you? Asked Angela, surprised. Well, yeah. I feel like I'm imposing on you, he muttered, shyly. Angela was taken by surprise by his unusual behavior. Well, you're not, she muttered, eyeing him with uncertainty. Shall we, then? Sokka still seemed insecure, but he smiled at her, grateful. They began working soon enough by melting what was left of the meteorite. This was, naturally, the stage in which Angela was most helpful. Sokka was impressed by her fire-bending techniques to keep the heat within the forge, which helped them to melt the metal much quicker. After this, the difficult part began, seeing how molding the metal into the different sections of armor was no easy feat for either of them. Regardless, they worked hard throughout the night to make an armor that would fit Sokka properly. It was already dawn by the time they were finished. Angela was exhausted, seeing how she had been the one to make most the efforts. As an evidence of her weariness, there were dark bags under her eyes, just as the ones under Sokka's. Well, it seems it works, he said, with the breastplate in place. Yeah, though now you're the black wolf rather than the blue one, said Angela, eyeing him sideways. I can make some arrangements, said Sokka, taking off the armor with difficulty, but, to his pride, he managed to accomplish it without Angela's help. And get some blue stuff on it so I can remain the blue wolf. What do you think? Do as you wish, I'm too tired to think, said Angela, shaking her head. I warned you this was going to be a hassle, said Sokka, chuckling. Come on, let's get going. It's dawn already. I can tell, muttered Angela, grimacing at the light filtering into the forge from the east. They needed the assistance of some of Angela's royal guards to move the armor, seeing as Angela was too worn out to carry it, and Sokka still had to walk with crutches, so he couldn't take it himself. They stood in the vestibule of the mansion's main building, both tired and hoping to get some sleep when they were on the ship once again. Ready to go, then? Asked Angela, restraining a yawn. I suppose, said Sokka, sighing as he looked around the room for the last time. I'll go get my stuff, then. You can't carry your luggage yourself, though, said Angela, sighing. Captain, go with him. The captain of the royal guard was still displeased over the treatment he was getting lately, but he complied regardless, following Sokka into the gladiator's room. There wasn't much in Sokka's room, Only a few garments of clothing and some bombs he had developed whenever his master gave him spare time. The captain flung everything he could find over his shoulder while Sokka pocketed the bombs, picking them out of the drawer in his nightstand. Something caught Sokka's eye as he put the last bomb in the safety of his pocket. He frowned as he picked up the Paisho tile, not recalling having brought anything related to Paisho to his room. "Are you coming, Gladiator?" asked the captain, at the threshold. Yeah," said Sokka, struggling with his crutches as he turned around to leave. The captain continued on towards the carriage that awaited Azula and Sokka outside the mansion, but Sokka didn't follow him just yet. He limped towards Azula, still staring at the tile in his hand. "Hey. I just found this on my nightstand," he said, prompting her to turn to him. "Huh?" Azula frowned as she took the tile from his hand. "Isn't this the White Lotus?" Sokka finished this time. "Piandao had me play Paisho a few times, but I don't remember him mentioning anything in particular about this tile." "He didn't mention anything about it," said Azula, frowning. "But..." The princess walked to a window and looked down at the training grounds where she had seen Piandao and Sokka fight several times. She pointed down at it, and Sokka limped to reach her, peeking down at the yard as well. The center of the yard was decorated with the same shape of the White Lotus tile. Wait, what?" said Sokka, surprised. "It's the same symbol, it's the same symbol." And actually, now I think of it, he had plenty of things decorated with white lotuses. The gates, for instance, they have a huge white lotus painted on them too. "Indeed," replied Azula, thoughtful. "And..." Sokka withdrew Space Sword from the scabbard that hung over his left shoulder. The sword's pommel also had the shape of the White Lotus carved into it. "It's on Space Sword too. Why didn't I notice this before?" The symbol of the White Lotus was everywhere. "Why, though?" asked Azula, as she furrowed her brow, deep in thought. "That's a very good question," said Sokka, frowning as well. "What do you think it means?" "Do you think it means something, in the first place?" asked Azula. "Princess," said the captain, approaching them. "We should take off as soon as possible." "The tides are, is something the matter, princess?" "Nothing in particular," said Azula, still holding the Paisho piece in her hand. "Although, you don't happen to know if there are any hidden meanings to the White Lotus symbol, do you?" "The White Lotus?" asked the captain, looking at the tile. "No, I'm afraid not, princess, but if you're curious about something regarding Paisho, I believe you should ask General Iroh. He's quite fond of this game, and if somebody knows about secret messages hidden within Paisho tiles, I believe it would be him." Azula frowned at the suggestion. "Indeed, my uncle," she grunted, between gritted teeth. "I'd rather relinquish my right to ascend to the throne than ask anything of him." "Oh, of course, princess," said the captain, gulping. "I doubt there's much to this, Sokka," said Azula, handing the tile back to him. "Maybe Piandao had taken it to be his personal seal or something of the sort, and he wanted you to keep that tile as something to remember him by. In any case, there's nothing else for us to do here. Let's get going already, shall we? You can ponder the meaning of the White Lotus later, I guess," said Sokka, nodding as the three of them exited the mansion. The gladiator stopped on his footsteps right after the captain closed the doors behind him. Sokka turned around, holding his crutches tightly, and he took one last glance at the first place that had felt like home to him in 2 years. He sighed, wondering if he would ever return to the mansion, and wondering if he would ever see Piandao again. Still, clasping the White Lotus tile tightly in his hand, he boarded the carriage with a strange sense of excitement. The latest developments led him to wonder what kind of life awaited him from now on. Check the description for the links to the author.